Welcome, everybody. This is D Durrell with the D Durrell Rebirth channel. Happy for each and every one of you to come out today. Before I get started, guys, for those that don't know my coach D Durrell Spears channel, it is a dating coach channel. It's hot. Check it out. Where we're going to talk about real productive relationships, marriage, long-term relationships, family. Those things that we should really be doing within our community. We're talking about self-development as men and women so that we can be a better person for the partner that we choose to be with. Now, guys, appreciate everybody for coming in today because this is going to be a hot one. This is going to be a hot one because, as everybody knows, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, decided that he's going to take his talents to a PWI, Colorado. Now, for most people within sports, particularly those who have a HBCU background, like shout out to Dr. Nikki, who has a HBCU background. I don't know how many people in here have attended a HBCU at any time or actually supports an HBCU. I want to hear from you about the Coach Prime Deion Sanders situation. I got a lot to say about it. I'm gonna be honest, what led me to do this particular video today is my son. My son actually wants to attend an HBCU, although if he gets particularly an offer or anything from a Division 1A school in football, he may take it or he may not take it. He's unsure, but he is open to it, and he wants to go to a Division 1 AA school in HBCU. And one of the biggest reasons because he's seen the success that I have secured over the years having an HBCU education, which is very valuable. Now, what pisses me the fuck off, excuse my language, is that there are so many people who are trying to criticize J-State and HBCUs for the lack of whatever they claim we are supposed to be doing. Okay? Now, HBCUs are not perfect. But you know what? Those are our universities. Those are universities that stem from the fact that we spent hundreds of years with the inability to read and write. The HBCU stemmed from church. The church was the hallmark of African American culture. From the church came education, where people were sneaking, learning basic math, arithmetic, science. And from that point, we developed elementary, middle schools, just schools in general. And then upon that became the HBCU. The HBCU birthed from church. You see, we suffer as a community of not understanding our history, not understanding a lot of different things. Okay? And you know what, Dr. Nikki? I was also thinking the same thing. Primetime proved that he needs money. He proved that, and I actually questioned the fact of how much money is Deion actually worth, and did he blow most of his money that he played in baseball and football? But I'm gonna get to that when I send the link out. Now, it was my son who inspired me to create this video today, because throughout this year and last year, me and my son, Dempsey Spears II, by the way, constantly talked about how long would Deion Sanders stay at J-State. I expected him to stay at least 4 to 5 years, or at least if he was able to be invited to a major bowl game, per se, outside of going to the Heritage Bowl. But if he was able to, let's say, go to the Peach Bowl, go to the Citrus Bowl, go to the .com bowl or whatever else, I was hoping that Deion could have a shot at beating a major Division 1A school. And if he became successful at that, that would propel him to go to either the NFL or to go to a Power 5 conference. Either or, I did not expect him to stay that long, or I expected him to stay there as long as his children were there, particularly his Shador, who's a bona fide NFL prospect. That was my estimation. But what we found out is that Deion basically had no intention. He had no intention of staying at J-State for that long. He had no intention, because people keep saying Deion accomplished so much. Deion, he did all of this in 3 years that most people did in 20 years. That's a slap in the face to Eddie Robinson. That's a slap in the face to all the major college coaches in the HBCU who have struggled and who have still, through all the lack of resources, still were able to produce NFL players, who still were able to produce fine, black, productive men, more important. So how in the hell are you just going to look past all of the accomplishments, all of the work that all the coaches, chancellors, presidents of HBCUs have done to keep the university afloat, keep the football programs going, the bands, all of that stuff? You're going to look past all of that just because Deion Sanders comes around in J-State, because he's not getting white validation? Because this is what we have to understand as Black people. We don't need white validation. And we don't need white money if we allocate and hone our money together to do what we need for us. What's up, Billy Lloyd? Yes, he was making around $300K a year and donating a lot of it back to the school. So they say. But see, that $300,000 is on the low end, because Deion has been on all types of commercials and he got all kind of endorsements. So that is not the true amount of money that Deion was making at J-State. Also, we also want to take into the fact that J-State president made a promise or even a commitment to invest in over $129 million in the program over time. That's a lot, particularly for a HBCU, and there are PWIs that don't get that type of money. So you all can miss me with this stuff about the HBCU was not trying and they didn't have the money. Well, we're not playing on the same playing ground, because I'm going to say this. If you did a across the board analysis what PWIs get from state and federal funding, and I'm looking at the money versus the total enrollment, it is not on an equal ground. And you can go per 5,000, per 10,000, 20,000. The average HBCU is, total enrollment maybe anywhere between 7 to 10,000 at the most. Okay? That's the bottom line. If you would assess how much state and federal money that HBCUs are getting, it's not equal. It is unequal, and is not relative to the amount of people that attend those schools. So don't give me that. The PWI state schools dwarf greatly 3, 4, 5, maybe 8 times, depending on the state, compared to what HBCUs get. Not only that, let's not pretend that every state has HBCUs. HBCUs are primarily in the Northeast, from Delaware down to the South. And you got a few maybe in Oklahoma and places like that. So HBCUs are not prevalent outside of the South and the East Coast. Let's just be real with it. Yeah, I get you, West Bank. You say, can't blame Prime, 300K to 5 million. Again, can't blame it. But see, that's short-sightedness. Every time, see, this is the myth about the white man's ice being colder. You can't blame them, but you know who's the product? It's our children. The money is our black men. The money is us. When we, as a people, understand that the money is in black people. One of the greatest commodities that America has is black people. And what they're counting on is that black people don't do for self and depend on others to do things for them. That's why they have the ability to offer you 5 million and we don't get 300. He gets 300K. I don't have a problem with black people going to PWIs. I don't want to get that misconstrued. What I do want to say is that when it comes to sports, it comes to the top level of black intelligentsia, they're going to PWIs and they're not going to their own institutions. You don't see other groups of people coming. Well, I take that back. In some instances, they do come to HBCUs. I know compared to when I first went to school, compared to when I graduated, there's a larger percentage of white people that went to Southern University. And that continues to grow. But the fact of the matter is that when are we going to learn, in order for us to truly compete, we can't give out our best commodities to other people. Deion was supposed to have been an HBCU commodity. He went for $5 million where he could have changed the game in college sports. Deion Sanders he washed it all away for $5 million a year. Deion Sanders could have changed the landscape of football in the NCAA and basketball and other sports. Deion, if he would have stayed there, could have been the stimulus that would have changed the mindset of young athletes from avoiding the feeling that they have to go to a PWI in order to go to the next level. And the fact of the matter is that Deion chose to take the money. Listen, money is not everything. Because now you're not going to have the control you had at J-State. You're not going to have the ability to freestyle throughout campus and do things that nobody questioned you at J-State. You put J-State on a national level. Put the SWAC on a national level. Now you're going to have to go through boosters and alumni they're going to want you to walk, talk, and act a certain way. And yes, they will. Because they're looking at you just as another Negro with talent. And they can afford to fire you and get somebody else and don't think nothing of it. Don't get it twisted. This getting to know the president and this person and that person. And I see that's all a smoke screen. It's all a smoke screen. If you don't produce, Deion, they will fire you quickly. And they also are willing to smear your goddamn name. They may even make it difficult. They may make it difficult if you didn't get another job if you don't do what was expected. It's the facts. Again, I'm opening the panel up. I'm opening the panel up to those. The panel is for HBCU alumni and supporters only. No offense to anybody that did not go to an HBCU. Listen, I'm all for black men, black people getting education, whatever. But I want to hear from my people, from my brothers and sisters from an HBCU. Okay? That's what I want to hear from. Because I'm hearing on YouTube rhetoric and opinions of people that never stepped foot in an HBCU. People who never went to an HBCU, they don't understand HBCU culture. They don't understand the limitations that HBCUs have endured over the years. They're just looking at the fact that, well, we got to understand this is competition, and you know, J State didn't have this, and they didn't do this, and they didn't do that. So he had to go and get a better job. It's deeper than that. It's much deeper than that. And so I want to have a discussion for anybody that wants to come up. Let's have this discussion about Deion. Because I was expecting him to stay for at least 4 to 5 years. He chose not to stay for 4 to 5 years. He chose to stay for 3 years. He won the SWAC championship 2 times, which is great. He was undefeated. But I want you all to understand that means nothing at a Power 5 school. That means absolutely nothing. It means absolutely nothing. This was a struggling Power 5 school that has not won a bowl game in about 20 years, over 15 years. Yes, they got money. Yes, they have this and that. So what? Deion had complete autonomy at J State. You're not getting that at Colorado. You're not. He's not getting that. There are going to be people who put money in that school that's going to tell you, Deion, you're not going to do this. Deion, you're not going to do that. Deion, you're not going to say this. Deion, you got to go to this dinner. Deion, you got to go to this alumni, gathering or whatever. You're going to have to walk and talk. I guarantee you, when Deion Sanders when he starts that job, even though he claims he's going to still do the YouTube stuff, and there are going to be more restraints on Deion. Yeah, they paying him whatever they paying him, but there are going to be some restraints. See, we don't know actually every integral aspect of his contract. And I'm saying this because it's I have seen how PWIs have done. This is actually their 3rd black coach. They fired 2 black coaches before Deion. The previous guy was, and then I'm gonna say this because this is also on my mind. This is what pissed me off the most. And this is how I know Deion had no intention to stay there long term. How the hell you win the SWAC championship and within 3 to 4 hours you in Boulder, Colorado? That night, you, your son, your daughter, you were there that night. You and your son, your wife, the daughter, they acting like, I don't like Deion. Stop it. You've been in NFL and you went to Florida State. He acting like he ain't never seen a high level football facility in his life. Like, oh wow, oh this, like, come on, acting like he's mesmerized at the resources he's going to have. Colorado is low level compared to other. He was acting like he was at LSU, Texas A&M, Florida, or something like that. Notre Dame. I can see if you were at those schools and looking getting big. Colorado is nothing compared to some of these other schools. Auburn, Oklahoma, USC. I mean, Colorado may have money, but Colorado is not one of the better. Colorado is one of the worst Power 5 schools in the country. But you sitting there all mesmerized like you saw heaven. I'm like, are you kidding me? So guys, get the link. I got the link up there. I want to chop it up with a few of you all, and I want to have a discussion, particularly if you are an HBCU graduate, or you attended, or you support HBCUs, period. You see, there are a lot of people on YouTube right here that don't know shit about HBCUs. They don't know shit about the SWAC. They don't know anything about the MEAC or the CIAA. They don't know anything about some of the black conferences that we have. Nikki says, at Diderot, I am grandma duty. I want to hit the link, but I will have to put my comments in the chat. No problem, Nikki. I know you're busy, got things going on. But anybody, I want to hear from you. What's up, Conundrum? What's up, Blair?
Let me turn this down. Let me turn this down. That dog it.
Okay. I want to hear from you. What's up, Conundrum?
There we go. I'm trying to get my ugly face off the screen. What's going on, Diderot? How you doing, man?
What's up, brother? Tell me what's on your mind about this.
You know, if Deion would not have made the promises that he made, or spoke from the platform that he spoke from, I probably wouldn't have an issue. But his platform when he first came to Jackson State was that God called him and told him that he was sent there to save black boys. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I know two people that have moved back to Jackson State just to be a part of the financial boom that was taking place in that particular area.
Facts.
Now I hope he doesn't think that's not going to change. It's problematic for me, man. I want to see the gentleman succeed, but there was a saying by, I can't remember who said it, but the needs of many will outweigh the needs of one. Does that make any sense?
Right.
And I looked at some of the numbers with Colorado State. Brother, their endowment is a little over $1 billion, whereas Jackson State's endowment is $30 million.
Right.
Now I compared that to Newcomb College. Newcomb College is a little small college in Louisiana, in New Orleans actually. They have a registration of about 2,000 students. Their endowment is almost double that of Jackson State, that has 9,000 students. So the point that I'm making with this is that, man, we have to start investing in our HBCUs. Now, you know, I finished from Coppin, and I have been steadily donating to them since I left there 20 plus years ago. Right. And you know, that's something that we're just gonna have to take. We're gonna have to start investing in our institutions. Our institutions need us.
Right.
That's just my 2 cents, man.
Right. So I'm glad you talked about the alumni reinvestment into HBCUs, because it's not where it needs to be. And part of that is the fact that if we want to improve alumni investment, we're gonna also have to improve graduation rates. The graduate rate is not where it needs to be across the board. It's actually lower on a national average, which I'm not necessarily concerned about that. But the fact is that the graduate level, as far as undergraduates graduating, it needs to increase. Therefore,
Right.
those who are increasing will therefore have better careers, that have the ability to have better jobs. They can have discretionary income in order to reinvest into their schools. I have been donating to Southern University for well over. I graduated my master's degree I received in 2002. It's been actually 20 years. I've been donating for at least 20 years. And as I improved in my career and my, just as far as the money that I have been able to increase financially, I increased what I invest into the school. I sent my daughter there, paid cash to go to Southern.
Yeah.
I've given Southern University a lot of money. I do think that, and this is what I would like alumni of HBCUs to understand. You don't have to give $1,000 a month or 10,000, 20. That's not, if most HBCU alumni gave it a minimum of $50, I'm talking any HBCU school, it would basically make things a whole lot better.
Well, I'll tell you this. I had this harebrained idea, and maybe you can tell me that it's a little overboard. What if part of the reparations that we ask for as Black people would be to a tune of student loans that had to be paid back? A certain percentage of that goes back toward HBCUs.
That would be a short fix. It's not going to, and the reason why I say that's going to be a short-term fix, because we got to look at it from a generational. Yeah, it would make some immediate improvements, but if the next generation and the future graduates don't invest in the school, you're going to be back with this same problem in about 5 to 10 years.
Well, no. I'm not talking about I'm not just for HBCU. I'm talking about a culture. Keep in mind, man, this country still owes us. They owe us a lot. Now, my biggest issue with reparations is that you have some foreigners, some gas station owners, some hair care products suppliers. They want Black people to get reparations just as much as Black people because they know that money will trickle down. Think about. Let me see. What was Antoine Avenue? Antoine Avenue in Houston. Antoine and Tidwell. From Antoine and Tidwell to Antoine and West Avenue, where all of those foreign-owned businesses profited heavily off of those people that came after Katrina, who had that money from the government.
Correct.
So,
well, I'm definitely for it being part of a reparations package. I don't know if you heard about the reparations package that the state of California brought up that would give every Black person in California about $223,000. They estimated something around $560 billion, which to me is a small, minute amount of money compared to what occurred, but they did at least, have a committee about it to give an estimate, which I think was on a conservative end per se. But I think any state that would want to give a genuine assessment of what is owed, they're going to go on the conservative level no matter what. I don't see anybody going out really saying what we really supposed to, receive. But
I kind of have an issue with that. Okay. The money is okay. The money is perfectly fine. My issue is where will we spend that money? Will we continue to create generational wealth for Asians and people of other ethnicity? In New Orleans, man, if you ever want to see where where the Asian dollar goes, go to any Catholic school and just wait for the bell to ring. Every Asian that comes out of the door, you can best believe 1 out of every 50 of them have not gotten money out of the black community.
Right. Well,
so, but back to this Deion thing, man.
Okay.
It hurts, bro. I lie to you not, it hurts because he's going. The money that universities like Colorado, LSU, Alabama. Now, I really want you and your panel, your chat room to really think about this. There was once a time where these universities didn't want there. Now they have built these. They have built these powerhouses off the back of black athletes. So now you've taken our best and our brightest. You've offered him money, and you've taken him away from a black institution.
Right.
It'll never stop.
Right. So my position is this. As
hold a second.
Go ahead.
Dr. Walden, as another famous doctor said, some people, you put their brains in a bird's ass and it'll fly backwards. Go ahead.
So as I look at HBCUs, because I grew up in I'm second generation HBCU. I have 4 aunts that graduated and about 3 uncles that graduated from HBCU. My dad chose not to go to college. He went to the Army, then he went to become a barber, and he did some other different things. But I'm second generation. All of my aunts and uncles went to Southern. They all graduated. Most of them were in education. 3 of the 4 of my aunts have masters plus 30 or whatever. And they were great teachers. One of my aunts was the teacher of the year in the state of Texas. So they were highly successful. So I grew up in a culture of valuing HBCUs. Okay. The problem is that there's a large percentage of African Americans that don't have that, where they think going to a white university means automatically better. And that's the problem. We have to quit outsourcing our talent to other people. Because I'm gonna tell you this: if we want to continue, and this is a prime example. If we want to continue to complain about black institutions, if you want to continue to talk about black businesses, we're going to have to keep our people to make it a better environment, to make it a better institution, because other people are not outsourcing shit to us. They keeping it for themselves. I'm going to give an example. I had a partial scholarship to Northwestern, an art scholarship. I turned that art scholarship down to go to Southern because I did not want to go to a white school. But other people, they're like, well, shit, you turned down free money. It's not about that. I felt like for me, what's best served for me was to go to a school that reflected my needs. And to me, HBCUs are made for black people. There's things that you're going to learn from an HBCU. There's relationships that you're going to build with professors, faculty. You're not going to get that at a PWI. I'm sorry, you're not. I have professors right now that I can call today. I have people that work at Southern that I have known for over 20 plus years. And some of those professors get upset when you don't check and keep in contact with them. That's just a unique experience that you can get from an HBCU. And this is, listen, and I know there are people in here who went to PWIs. I'm not telling black people not to go to PWIs. But what I am saying is that We have to value our own institutions and make them better. And the way we're going to make them better is that we have to take the cream of the crop, and we have to get more of the cream of the crop in our black community to go to these schools and make them better. We can't give our best to other people.
One of the issues that we're finding with that philosophy is that we have a class of black people who want to go where some other black people can't go or couldn't go, only to say, "Well, I went here and you couldn't." Not that much different from. Not that much different.
But that's the issue. This is the old adage about the white man ice is colder. It's
Right.
not. It's not. It's not colder. We can make our own ice colder.
But Darrell, remember, I told you I own a company that services
Black schools. Right.
And I've met with the higher ups. I met with Ray Belton. I've met with the university president before him. And this is going to sound really, really sad, man. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with one of the companies that I own, I service schools to do portraits, school photography. So I finally decided to get off into universities. I have been beating the drum. I've been to 76 HBCUs across the country. Of the 76 that I've visited, only 2 of them have a black photographer that actually services their commencement. Not the one who the university pays to walk around. The person that actually catches the pictures of that graduate across the stage receiving his or her degree. And it's a whole what's the word I'm looking for? There's a whole scam to it to keeping black people out of it. But nevertheless, I finally gotten to one HBCU, and unfortunately, it was a white person that actually signed my contract.
Okay.
So
that happened.
And I couldn't get these people to understand that don't just look at me. I could run off about maybe 20 other companies that are black owned that are actually sending people through your doors. Why don't you look toward these people to service your campus? Now, you went to Southern University. Do you know who the biggest supporter of your university that I know, who never even attended high school, was Mr. Bell that drove the bus for the football team? You know who I'm talking about?
No, I have no idea who that is.
You know, if once you come over the hump, make that right hand turn and go down about maybe 2 miles, he drove buses on the right hand side. That guy gave his all to Southern University. Okay. But it was from a community standpoint. He had businesses in that area, so he had to invest into this institution that is actually pouring back into his business.
Okay. Well, let me go to Wody Mack. Is that you, Wody Mack? That's your name?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's me. That's me, my brother. And,
okay, so what is your background? Is your background in it? Yes.
Yeah, as I put in the chat, I attended Southern University in 03-04 myself when I graduated. Okay. I didn't know what school you went to, but now it's even more interesting that you say you went to Southern as well. You know what I mean?
I went from Southern from 1995 to 2002, where I obtained my master's and my bachelor's degree. So when you were there just beginning there, I was leaving. I was pretty much I got my master's December of 2000. Actually, matter of fact, it was like next week makes 20 years since I had my master's degree. But go ahead, brother. What's on your?
That's what's up, brother. And commended to you. But so many different thoughts, and somebody was saying in the chat, you have like some type of feedback or something. I don't know if you got another device.
It's probably me.
You're the other brother, But yeah, there's like some feedback they hear faintly. But it's so many different thoughts that I want to bring up. So I'm gonna try to tie everything together.
Take your time, man. You got the floor. Take your time. I'm wanting to hear from everything you have to say.
All right. So I'll highlight some people that I've heard or know of that were HBCU graduates, right? Like I believe I've heard Kamala Harris is an HBCU graduate, right?
She went to Howard.
Right. Now Howard, on the scale of like HBCU, just like with everything in life, there is tiers. And being an HBCU graduate from Howard has a little bit more notoriety and cachet than saying being a graduate from McNeese State. And McNeese is a HBCU, right? If I'm not, because I remember McNeese.
McNeese is a PWI.
Oh, okay. Well, I remember Southern used to play them, so that's why they came to mind.
Yeah, the reason why Southern played McNeese a lot when I went to school. It was just that at the time, a lot of the Division I AA schools, we played Northeastern a lot, Northwestern, and we played McNeese. And if you were in a and at the time, McNeese was a Division I AA power. So we felt it was better to keep the money in the state to play each other. So, but McNeese is a PWI.
Ah, okay. All right. So, because I can also come to mind. I remember just thinking of the football schedule. Alcorn, I think Alcorn is
Alcorn was
Grambling.
Yeah, Alcorn is a HBCU.
Right. So with all these schools, which is still it's higher education, right? Granted, and even like say for you getting your master's, and I don't know, like how far you've taken what you've been able to do with your degree, and like I like so to speak, like being a CEO at or being a business owner at say a store in the
I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you're doing better than the average, right?
Right.
You put yourself, most people, when you do that, you put yourself in another tax bracket. So trying to, again, like I said, trying to be succinct. But people who didn't necessarily grow up in, say, like I'll use Newark or like the hoods of New Orleans, whatever the case may be, if they come from generations of family members who were successful and building upon that, and they didn't have to experience per se the hoods and this, that, and the third, right? They lived in their fairly middle-class neighborhoods.
Right.
For the most part, you may find them they may not go to the best university, but say, hey, the upper echelon of HBCUs, the Howards and so on and so forth, the McNeeses, whatever the case may be, right? And you see some of our people like our newscasters. I used Kamala Harris as an example, right? There is tiers to this thing, right? So if people have some type of success in life, or they so to speak, so quote unquote success in life, generally they're not gonna look to step back for whatever the reason may be, even if it's for, you say it's doing it for the community or doing it for culture, trying to keep money in the community. They're doing what they think is best for self. Now, I was not the best student coming out of Fauché in New Orleans, right?
Right, I know Fauché. Yeah,
right.
I know people that graduated from there. Yeah.
But I graduated out of Fauché with less than a 2-point GPA, right? Even though I was a D student, but I skipped a lot of classes, and my teachers was cool with me, so they gave me just enough to pass through, right? They took us on a field trip to Southern. My ACT scores showed my intelligence, so they accepted me off of my ACT, right? With a below 2 GPA, and then just again because me not being too focused on my studies, I ended up failing out of Southern again. What I mean? It is what it is. That's so is the knock on life. You know what I'm saying? But again, what do you think with me coming with that type of resume? Would they have taken me into somewhere like Howard? They probably wouldn't, because at the Southern had an open, at one time we were an open door university, open public university, but also LSU was the same for years too. So the open door policy was not just limited to HBCUs and lower level. There were also state schools who also did that for a long period of time. Now they did change, and I remember when I was in college, actually in 90, I'm telling my age, but this was around my senior, around 97, 98, we began to strengthen our admissions to, like, you have to have at least a 17 or 18 on your ACT and so on. You have to have at least a 2.5 or something like that. And a lot of the students didn't want that. They saw the university as a university that gave people like yourself that may have had issues, did not necessarily put forth the best effort, but you have a second chance to go to a Southern University or a Grambling, and where you can change your life. We were looking at it as a way of, we understand where our community is. We understand all the trials and tribulations and the stresses of the Black community and those who may have some difficulty,
being that we're not, a lot of black people are coming from certain environments that make it more difficult for them to succeed. We're here to give you that second chance if you're serious about improving yourself. And so that to me is the heart and foundation of what Southern represented and other schools similar to Southern, because we do understand the African American experience is not the same as other groups of people. Therefore, we want to extend our hand and offer you a higher level of education where you can prove yourself and not become a statistic. And so Southern and other schools like Southern, I'm talking, Arkansas State, and Arkansas Pine Bluff and Alabama, and they were able to build their reputation and build, from opening the doors to students like that, who many of them proven themselves and changed their lives. If you look at it, most professionals, regardless across the board, as far as black doctors, black lawyers, educators, counselors, architects, accountants, a large percent of those people came from HBCUs across the board. So HBCUs have a profound effect on this economy, on our national economy. So, and with that being said, that's why we have to, as people, value them, and we have to reinvest in them. You're an example. You talked about, hey, I was in high school, I didn't do well, I didn't do this and that, but I had an opportunity to go to get higher education. So you have to go with what fits you.
And even like I said again, I use not that they changed. If they would have changed the standards, like, again, I think what got me through the door, even though, again, they had open enrollment when I got in, right?
Yeah, that was open enrollment back in
a couple of little stories, not too many stories, but just from my experience on the campus, what I saw people who were from New Orleans area and whatnot. I had people that I was there in the dormitory with that had pistols, and I've seen their guns in the dorm. College students. Why y'all do that? Happens. The dude next door be sitting there with a revolver up under his bed, fully loaded, right? One of the dudes on the football team sitting there got a Glock 17 on him, running around in his waistband while we chilling on the quad. Like, these are students.
Yeah,
students,
but
not dudes. Right, and then on top of that, people coming from the outside community coming onto the campus, trying to holler at the girls on campus. So you got people who don't even live there, hanging out.
That happens. Yes,
hanging around, right? But now, if we say now the ACT scores, I believe mine was 19, right? So I would have qualified for the ACT, but I wouldn't have qualified for the GPA, right? What I'm saying in all of this, I think people who, not that you're expecting to go to college and get into any type of issues, but let's think of employers, right? Think of employers as well. If we know that you went to a school with open enrollment and it wasn't any type of standards in getting in, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily know what type of employee I'm getting. And for the most part, people go to college and they get a degree. They go not necessarily to work for themselves, unlike maybe say you or the other brother, where if you're working for yourself, the only hindrance to your success generally is you. But for the most part, whoever they may be, you know what I mean, whatever field they're in, you're going to go get this degree to go work for somebody. If I got a candidate over here that went to Stanford, and I've got you who went to an open enrollment school, right? Just knowing in the back of the mind, I think this may also be a subconscious thing, and maybe something that we subconsciously know. We're like, well, shit, your resume looks better because I got this position, and this person went to Dartmouth. You went to something.
Well, that didn't work. That didn't work for me because everywhere I went, I succeeded, and I was at the top. So it's all about how you sell yourself and what you and how you as a person. As far as you molding yourself and educating yourself and learning what learning what you're supposed to learn, whatever field you want to matriculate from. Because I feel like I'm the best no matter where I go. I was the best wherever I went. I didn't have a job, a problem finding a job in Louisiana, and you know how highly slanted that is to LSU. And when I came to Texas, I didn't have a problem finding a job competing with people that had an education from Rice, Texas, or Texas A&M. So I can't yield to be. If someone chooses to do that, they choose to do that. But the fact of the matter is that what you learn and what you get out of your education that's not the responsibility of the university. That's the responsibility of you. So
no disagreement there.
I'm an example.
Right.
I'm a
and
prime
for
example.
you, just one example out of many, right?
But I'm not the only example. Now, my position is this: if you would say that, if Southern University was good enough for Johnny Cochran, it'd be good enough for me.
And again, these are like Johnny, you said, you used the example, cream of the crop, right?
I'm using some of the best, but there are other people who are not noted who are just as good as Johnny Cochran, or if not better, but they don't have the name.
But they're exceptional people.
It doesn't matter. You're supposed to be exceptional anyway. You're supposed to strive to be exceptional.
And this again, like I said,
I would not encourage anybody to go to college to be mediocre. So
yes. I have a question for both you and the gentleman. And he went to Forshare, man. I went to John McDonough, just so you know.
Yeah.
How do we fix the financial woes with HBCUs? I mean, it seems as, telling people, that, we have to support and we have to make sure our children attend. What are some other ways that, that we can get our HBCUs to flourish? And unfortunately, we have so many people that are taken from the HBCUs, but nobody's giving. And that process doesn't work. Do we put pressure on our HBCUs to do business with Black people? We have Xavier University.
Show where the money going, because that's one thing.
Yeah, Xavier University. Hold on, give me 1 second. With you being from New Orleans, you know that Xavier University in the last 25 years has spent nearly $47 million. What they spent on building. They spent none of their money with any Black contractors. The firm that has done all the contractor that they've used has literally built an office across the street from Xavier because Xavier has spent so much money with them. How do we put pressure on our HBCUs to do business with Black people?
I mean, it would help those particular Black businesses. It would definitely help those particular Black businesses. But you saying how to get more money into more funding into the HBCUs, though, right? That's your main point. Am I right or wrong?
Correct.
I don't think that's gonna help get more funding behind the HBCUs by them doing more business with Black people. That just helps those particular Black people. Say, for instance, if Southern came back and got a contract with D. Durrell, well, D. Durrell gonna eat, and D. Durrell and whoever D. Durrell want to eat with him, but that doesn't help necessarily the university garner more funds.
Well, with that theory, then should the HBCUs expect me to send my children there?
And that you kind of also not solidify, but added on to the point I was making. Well, people are looking at it like, well, right or wrong, people who have the opportunities to go elsewhere, except like D. Durrell, he said he had a scholarship, but 8 out of 10 times, I turned down a scholarship at Northwestern. Right. Guess what? That other person, the person who does not have maybe the financial ability, but they were the cream of the crop in the slums, right? The best student coming out of the Iberville projects. They parents can't afford to send them to a decent school. They get a scholarship because they're exceptional. They're an exceptional student. Well, I'm not mad at them for taking that opportunity to say go to where they got the scholarship. Right? There's a reason behind it.
Sir, I have an acquaintance that I know. He's a Jew, and we've had a candid conversation. And I can tell he's had this conversation with other people. And he said, "Man, look, what I see that's the problem with your people is that y'all just don't support one another. Some of the things that you do within your community is shunned upon within the Jewish community. Some book, can't remember the name of it, and I hate.
Yeah, but the Jewish, you got to understand, they looking at it from a different lens. How does a Jewish person have the audacity to tell us what we don't support when they have came in our community sucking out the wealth?
But we let them.
And they've contributed. No, we didn't just let them. The government put in certain restrictions as far as with not allowing us to obtain resources and housing, redlining. Also, the fact that we don't get $8 billion a year from like Israel does.
Well,
so
let me answer. Let me answer that.
We're not on the same playing field.
Let me answer that.
We can't masquerade ourselves as being white or
let me answer that. There's an area that's right outside of Southern University. There's an area right outside of Southern University that you're very familiar with when you go across the tracks. At one point, that was a small business hub. There was a barbershop there. There's a couple of cafes there. There's a lot that the students used to leave campus, be able to go over there and eat, etc. Well, Southern University decided to allow these vendors, these Jewish-owned vendors that own the McDonald's and the Burger Kings and all,
right,
and to put their booths inside the university center. So that cut those businesses short on any money they were making from students off that campus. That's what I mean. One of the examples about we let them.
Hold up, which way are you talking about? Which way are you talking about again?
Okay, you know what the hump is, right?
I know if you turn left, you started going. I think that's Sherwood, and you got Jags Den and all that.
Now he's talking about as soon as you cross Scenic Highway to the right. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah. So in the 50s and the 60s, man, that place was booming, and we had that same type of environment at Coppin State. But once we start selling out to these people, man, I mean, and it, like I said, it's something that we let them have that avenue.
Okay. Now, and I do agree. We have contributed in some respect to this position. We have, and just like to me, Deion had a chance to do something monumental that would have been historic. And he gave it all away for $5 million a year. I think it's around $5 million. I think that's what his contract is, around $5 million a year.
I think it's $5 million over.
And I heard he got incentives. And I heard there's incentives in it too.
Incentives? Of course they got incentives and bonuses.
Yeah. But, so but he can make more.
Yeah, he can wait. He gonna make way more. Now, my position is this, because because to me, Deion Sanders is representative of what is wrong with Black America when it comes to making our community better. Our money is not good money. And if you want to promise, because he did make promises, right? He was going to do this and do that, and he's going to take care of these kids, and he made a commitment. I mean, Jackson State got all types of, I'm going to say this, and I'm a Southern University fan. I have not seen Southern on ESPN as much as I have seen in the last 10 years this year. This year and last year, Southern University was on it because of the SWAC. They were on there for the Bayou Classic. They were there for the SWAC Championship. They played some games they had on ESPN, on I think ESPN 2 or 3. So we have seen the ripple effect of what Deion Sanders has bring, his notoriety, his acumen for football, just the whole imagery of who he is and what he represents. But he proved that kids, 3, 4, 5-star kids can do and would go to these schools. Okay. But you gave up all your capital to go to Colorado. Colorado is not a sexy school. It's not.
Neither was Jackson, though.
No, but he didn't go there with the intent of Jackson State being a sexy school. But you go into a school where actually you're not going to be given the autonomy that J State gave you. Yes, J State lacked resources. I get that. But our HBCUs lack resources. Okay? They all lack certain things. They're not getting these Nike contracts and all these different sponsors, which J State has gotten those things now, right? Due to Deion being there, they have gotten long-term deals with certain companies and sports-related companies. But imagine if you want to grow and see, this is the same thing with the Negro League. Just because Black players could start going to white, the major league is a white sports league. That doesn't mean that black people stop supporting the black league itself, the Negro League. You could continue supporting the league. So what happened? Immediately after that happening, the Negro League folded because we were thinking the white man's ice is colder.
I get you.
So my position is this: we can no longer make an excuse to complain if we continue to supplement somebody else's income. So supplement and make other people richer and make other people powerful, and then you sit there and complain about black folks not doing this when we're the problem. As a community, we are the problem. We're going to have to change. We're going to have to change the culture of black people valuing black people and doing for and interacting with black people. Just earlier, Dr. Nikki Proctor, that's in the chat, stated, HBCUs teach you how to socialize and interact better and how to treat from a social professional level with other black people. But also in that the value of the black people. As a culture as a whole, as African-American people, we look at what other people do as being better. It's not about what's better. It's about what we can control and improve over time. Because I'm going to tell you this, Walmart didn't start off as being this huge, big conglomerate. It started off as a small little hardware store that built its way up. The same thing can happen to the SWAC. The same thing can happen to any black business. But we have to be, we're not in an economic position to be selling off things and things like BET and other different major businesses. We're not at that level to do that. We need to hone and own as much resources and businesses and capital as possible. But go ahead, brother.
Right. I think I held on to the point that I had very well here, because it goes back to what I said. There's levels to these things and stages. And just when you use the example of the Negro League, you gave me another perfect example of something in mind. Unfortunately for us, there is not too many examples in sports currently, maybe besides the big three, where you can have, or like the G League for basketball, where you have stepping stones, right? Whereas I like that example of small business owners being, okay, you're sustainable unto yourself. You might be a 60K to 100K small business owner, and that's great. You're sustainable, you're not struggling, right? But then you say the next step up, where it's like you're a small franchise owner, where you're making millions. That small franchise owner is still even below the step of, say, like a Swagman's or a Winn-Dixie, whatever the case may be, right? It's still levels to it. Now, again, it's nice to see the HBCUs get some love, you know what I mean, and build them up, boost them up, sure enough, support them, right? But it is still a level. It sounds, and again, sorry to say, it's still a level below another school who has a bigger purse, a bigger exposure for you. You know what I mean? So on and so forth. So whereas, like, I guess it's good for those who are, so to speak, like you may be again the cream of the crop here in this group of people, and you have your pick of the litter. But there's only but so many, just like I said, there's levels, there's only but so many spots to go to everybody. So
okay,
don't discredit Jackson. If Jackson can give you a good education, right? If they still are keeping everything up to par, as long as you know the staff, the administration ain't pocketing and stealing money and not reinvesting back into them students, keep yourself, you know what I mean, make it an attractive offer. That's about all you can do. Make it an attractive offer and seek out those people who maybe, you know what I mean, damn, they try to go to this school, but they got shot down, whatever the case may be, or they tried to do work for the city or the state, but they got shot down. But hey, I see you got potential and you are exceptional. We got something for you here. Right?
So D. Durrell,
go ahead.
What's the truth to the Jackson State University not offering Deion enough money? Is that factual? Or is that
no, that's not the truth. This is when it comes to the money. This was the problem that they had. Deion actually wanted more money for the assistants and people for the staff. He he actually wanted the assistant coaches and the position coaches to get an increase in pay and more bonuses. Now, let's keep in mind. To me, I understand that, and I see that this is new for the SWAC. This is new for Jackson State, because let's be honest. When the last time you seen the SWAC have an all NFL staff that's at your school? You got coaches. They had a guy that was the former head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. All of those guys coached on the NFL level to go to the SWAC. So yeah, and Mike Zimmerman and all.
The closest we've come to that was Pete Richardson's first administration. His first staff, I want to say his first 5 years at Southern University. We haven't had that since.
Yeah, he had that, but not like this one. This was, I mean, yeah, Pete Richardson did have a strong staff. I get that, but he didn't have one like this. That's the only thing I could say that could be comparable to it. But when you're talking about Mike Zimmerman and some of these other position coaches, these are big names. You got other NFL eyes. Not only that, the connections that Deion Sanders had, he had NFL scouts going to J-State. People coming to J-State that would never go to J-State. So
now he complained. He complained that the scouts weren't coming there, and he was pissed off.
The scouts were not coming there. Yeah.
He went on a rant about it, and right. it did shed some light on it. So now the question is, if he went there for the kids, what's going to happen after he has left?
Exactly.
The kids are leaving. Let me go to what's up, Black Thanos?
Yeah, you can call me Sharif, brother. I go by that name in Raider Nation, but I'm listening to you, brothers. You're on point. I'm in total agreement. I believe this was a work by him in terms of a come up for him and his son, because his son wasn't going to be taken seriously in the SWAC as a potential quarterback. Remember, his son originally committed to FAU. 4 months later, when Deion took the job at Jackson State, then Shedeur made a big statement about, I got to help level the playing field. Same rap that his father kicked to the press. And of course, he's leaving with daddy to go to Colorado, a place, or Boulder, Colorado, where the black population is 1.2%. And we equate that with elevation, as he basically played with the emotions of a city, Jackson, Mississippi, where the average salary is $19,000 a year. And the cachet, the prestige, the sense of pride he brought that community. It's bigger than wins and losses and meaningless medal trophy. You know, they really thought he was, when he said, God brought me here and all that Creflo.
They believed him. They believed him.
That's right. That's a deeply, this is Mississippi we talking about.
Yeah.
And offer, you get on the first thing smoking. I'm sorry. That's problematic.
Hey, D-Durrell.
Yes,
D-Durrell, I need you to look up Dr. Calvin Mackey on social media.
I heard of that name before.
Yeah, that's his brother's an actor, but he's from New Orleans. I need you to find his statement that he made. It is so profound, and it's one of those things that's hard to avoid. If you are supporting Deion's flight from Jackson State, read it and read it to them. And if you're not convicted by the time you listen to that entire statement, something is wrong with you.
Well, go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry. And people got to remember, Deion chased the bag his entire life.
Facts.
Back in '89, he did the rap song, Must Be the Money.
Facts.
He left the 49ers, go to Dallas, left Atlanta to go to the 49ers. And he been bad at commitments. He left the Redskins, as they were known then, in the middle of a $56 million contract to retire temporarily. Came out of retirement to play for the Ravens, trying to chase a ring with Ray Lewis and them when he was finished. He did the same thing to the Cincinnati Reds. And back in 1990, as a New York Yankee, he demanded $1 million a year. Now, nowadays, that's no money. But the highest paid player in baseball at the time was Darryl Strawberry. He was making 3.3. Sanders was bad, like a $178 and had 3 home runs, yet he wanted $1 million from the Yankees, so they shipped him to the Atlanta Braves.
Right.
So he's always been, he's never changed. He's like Deke O'Malley from the movie Cotton Comes Home to Harlem. Well, am I black enough for you? He can kick a good rap. He's charismatic. He's magnetic as an athlete. He's one of the very best to ever walk the earth. No doubt about that. But that don't equate with integrity, with virtue. You know, that undying need for money. It's a man who played 2 professional sports, reality show, endorsement deals with Nike, Pizza Hut, you name it. He's a broadcaster, and yet he still needs more and more money. The very first offer the white man made to him after Nick Saban was just accusing him earlier this year of paying off recruits.
Right.
And putting a black eye on HBCU.
Now that was, I get you on that one, but come on, man, they all doing that shit, and they do it
the
way high level.
They do want to lower, and now they got the AIL deals. It's going to be different. But what the
Nick
brother
Saban
just said, what he said, integrity, right? He
right.
said something about integrity, especially having to do with Deion chasing the money. But let's take into account early in this conversation, D. Darrell, you said you not advocating for people to be anything but exceptional or something, or I'm paraphrasing, right? Be exceptional if you can.
You should strive to be exceptional.
All right. So then again, going back to that type of thinking, right? You can be a big fish in a little pond, right? And generally what makes you a big fish? That money, right? You can be, like I use that example, you can own a store in the hood and ain't nothing wrong with that, right? But then that money start coming, right? And you starting to reinvest in your business and you're making more money. You have a couple of options. Start expanding, right? Which most people would, to continue to make more money, because that gives you more opportunity to hire more people and help more people, put more people in a position to get financially secure, right? So just in the same way with Deion, there's going to be a cap out. You can only do so much at Jackson State because they only going to have but so much to give you. Isn't that even say the same thing? Maybe he was chasing the bag, but that money makes you exceptional as well. That's my point being.
I get
that money will make you exceptional as well.
I get that wholeheartedly, but my position is, you came to J State saying you're going to change. It was more about money. He specifically said it was more about money. So, I mean, I get that. And we all know Deion does have a track record of following the money. I get that. But you
made the song must be the money.
He went to these households and convinced these kids. He flipped Travis Hunter. That was really what really made people look at Deion. When he convinced Travis Hunter to leave Florida State to go to J State, that's when people were like, damn, like, for real, that's the #1 recruit in the country. So Travis Hunter is not staying. I think Travis Hunter is going to Colorado. He's either going to Colorado or he's going back to J State. I mean, he's going back to Florida State. I think when Deion left, all of those 4- and 5-star recruits are coming with him.
Right.
They all going with him.
I think that's one reason why they offered him that position too, because they know that he's bringing a few with him. They all going with him, and you know why they going with him? Because they gonna offer him bigger in those NIL deals. They getting bigger NIL deals, so they coming. It's money. Look, I get it, man. See, I know, and this is my thing. Like, this is new for the swag. We're not used to this type of talk. We're not used to this. So when you and this is another thing, when I had talks with people that's in the swag, we talking about Deion. We like, well, Deion complained about the money games and we're gonna play these big schools. We should get, but this is new for the swag to get this type of attention. If you want to be, I'm hoping this can be a learning lesson, because I actually think there are going to be other notable names that are going to consider going to swag schools because of what Deion has done. I actually think they're going to be white and black coaches that are going to come to the swag and try to get a Power 5 job. They're not going to stay long, but they're going to go and they're going to turn those programs around, and then they're going to go to Power 5 or better schools or go to the NFL. Deion actually proved that can happen.
D. Darrell.
That generally happens if you got some type of cachet behind your name to get people to respect your call.
Right.
You know who I don't want to be? I don't want to be that coach replacing Deion that had their first loss of the season.
Come on, man.
but those people in Colorado is going to turn on Deion quick as soon as they struggle. It's a whole different element.
And that's my position. Like, it's all good and dandy. They brought you in and y'all had these conversations. But if you don't produce in 2 years, you out of there.
That's right.
I mean, as opposed to Jackson State appreciated everything you had. Jackson State was not firing Deion unless he did something or got some kind of scandal that embarrassed the school and the swag. It don't work like that in Power 5. So they'll fire Nick. If Nick Saban did some stupid, if they fire people like Joe Paterno and other people, man, they will fire you in a second if they have to. If they know that those boosters pull their money, you're gone. That's right. And the thing about it, now you're gonna have to play USC, UCLA, Cal, Stanford, Oregon, Washington. I mean, that's a different thing. Now, I'm not saying he can't handle. I think he can turn it around. I really do. To be honest, regardless of everything we're speaking of, I actually think Deion gonna turn this thing around in Colorado. I really have confidence. But the fact of the way he did it, how the hell you win the SWAC championship at 3:00 and you in Boulder about 7, 8 o'clock at night?
Really was that quick? Same day?
Yes.
Same day.
Look at the YouTube videos. They got countless videos right now of him seeing the campus, doing a tour of the campus.
I did see the campus though, but I didn't know that was the same day.
Yeah, that was this morning. Same day and this morning. Yes. Man. That's how quick that was.
I mean,
that pissed me up, man.
He didn't even address the press.
My son, man, my son tripped me out, man. My son, he was like, God, my son, like, I told my son about it because I had woke up and my son was like shaking his head. He was like, man, my son was saying, like, he was talking from a perspective if I was a student, because he actually got mad when Deion tried to tell the kids, hold what you're gonna do, don't enter into the transfer portal. That's what made my son mad. My son was like, how you gonna tell players that you ain't committed to commit to the university and commit to staying when you ain't no longer the coach? Like he was like, if I'm a player, I'm leaving. If you leave, I'm leaving. Right. You know, how do you expect me to how are you gonna expect me to be loyal when you ain't even loyal?
Facts.
And so Deion just today got a 5-star recruit. Today, I don't know if y'all know that or not, but he got a 4-star recruit yesterday, and he got another 5-star recruit wide receiver that's ranked like number 15 in the nation.
Right.
13 out of Florida. So he getting recruits as we speak.
Wow.
That are now going. He's getting them, man. And look, I get it, man. I get it.
He a good slave catcher, like Catcher Freeman. Because you got to remember, he was really like the first athlete in football to bring in that hip hop element, to speak to that demographic with the music, with the gold and all of that. And he still has that influence on young people.
Man.
So that's why his presence in Jackson was so magnificent and impactful. He might be successful in Colorado, but he won't have the impact. Ray Lewis once said, success is one thing, impact is another.
Right.
The success gonna come, the impact gonna come if they win. If they win out, if they have a perfect season, you'll see the impact.
Right.
Imagine.
Right.
That.
But the impact for Jackson is a lot more when you're talking about a school that has maybe $60 million in endowment, and Boulder, Colorado got like a few $100 billion in endowment. They will be fine without Deion.
Yeah, but see, also he impacted the whole SWAC. He impacted his stay in J State. His influence impacted the whole SWAC. It influenced black college football. That to me goes way deeper than that, man. I'm talking about you got players people that's in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, that never considered going to an HBCU, now they giving them a look. Now they go and take a trip. You know, they you know, not they taking a campus. You know, there were guys considering that would never consider.
I hope
you got
so.
communities behind that, man. You know,
yeah, you know, and to follow what you're saying, man, you'd be surprised that. No, I don't think you guys are surprised. You guys know how communities are built around successful sports programs. Joe Paterno literally built the area where Penn State is because of how successful the program was there. Think about what it will be taken away from this university as Deion is left. How many white boys do you know that are actually talking about going to Jackson State because Deion Sanders was there?
I don't think they ever was talking about going to Jackson State.
It's all
they
would
black or after.
You know, he gave this Malcolm X speech, man, and in return we got Anthony Johnson. That's reality.
maybe I'm wrong for thinking of it, but even when we said D. Durrell was talking about keeping money in our community, right? Maybe that comes after you make the money and then you reinvest into your people. But there's nowhere I can think, even when he was using, and I'm trying to not say nothing that's flaggable about the algorithm, but the small hat community, right? Where you was talking about they come into our community, make their money, right? But they what do they build up? They make homes and
for their
small
own
businesses in their area for their people.
That's right.
They get money from us, but they reinvest in us. So what I said all that to say is maybe also it is a benefit because there's no community of people that cannot work with other communities of people to get bread. So maybe it is a good thing that we get some type of integration where other people are willing to come spend their money and they feel comfortable with us. Am I overthinking it? Am I wrong with that?
We've already tried that.
Because you need them white dollars too.
No, we
If
don't.
you want to go beyond the level that you at,
you don't
if
need
you want to
white
go
dollars
above the level that you at, if you want to have a chance.
You don't
Because
need
Walmart certainly don't just sell to black people.
That's the problem, man. We don't need other people.
That's
other
right.
Other people, I'm talking about.
Listen to me, brother.
And make money.
Listen to me. Other people don't think they need us.
But they taking our money off of us, though.
But they don't need us. We gotta be independent minded. See that's the thing. We don't need. See, as long as we think we need other people money, they're gonna give. Whenever our community offer you $3 million, but the other community offer you 10, you're gonna always go to them.
And I get you coming from
but
that.
That don't help. Example. But that don't help. That don't help our community. That helps their community, not ours.
When you reinvest that money, that's the point I was going to. Whose money you're taking, but when you reinvest them dollars into the community, that
let me give you the best example, brother. You're from New Orleans, right?
Well, I was born in New York and lived in New Orleans. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm in the New York area right now.
Okay. So how long were you in New Orleans?
12 years.
Okay, cool. So you're familiar with Bayou Classic, right?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
All right. Do you know a woman by the name of Dottie Boletto?
Nah, I can't say I do.
Okay. Dottie Boletto is a woman that runs Bayou Classic. Okay. Now hear me out. She's an Italian. She has 3 children and 8 grandchildren right now. They all have been or are going to private schools in New Orleans. All right. We have 4 black Catholic schools in New Orleans. Would you believe if I tell you that none of the kids have been to those black Catholic black private schools?
I would.
She's sending them to where she wants her money to go. Now, in return, those private schools, those white private schools, do you think they're reinvesting in any black community?
Nope.
Nah, but that's the point right there that you was making. Say even that lady Dottie Boletto, you just gave me an example, right? But she's Italian, though, right?
Right.
Okay. So if it was to say she's got her business, or she said she run Bayou Classic, which that's crazy to me.
Her biggest
Bayou Classic.
Her biggest account is Bayou Classic. But continue.
Right. So that's crazy to me. So she's making her money with non-Italian communities, but the school she's sending her children to probably is more representative of her culture. Where she's spending her money. That's what I was talking about, going to who you make your money with and where you spend your money at. That's kind of the point that I'm going to, right? I will take a white dollar. Now, what do I do with the money when I get it? You get what I'm going with that?
Right. I see what you're saying.
I'll take a white dollar. This because the example I was gonna give was the Hollywood movie industry, right? They'll make a movie and they'll have all this hidden agenda type stuff, the LGBT agenda, whatever, in their movie for the States. But when they send that movie to China said they will not play that movie if it has this, ergo this, that, and the third. And they want that Chinese dollar, so what do? They acquiesce, right? They acquiesce to it. But when the money comes in and when they whoever the production studio, whatever the case may be, when you look at who they're spending their bread with, whether it be construction companies, this, that, or the third, probably more than likely looks like people that favor their own complexion and their own culture. But they will make sure that they're appealing to everybody, because unfortunately in this world we all gotta live together. Right, that's what I'm saying. Where you spend it, how you making it, and where you're spending it.
All right. So let me go to Stella. Let me go to Stella Mighty. What's up, brother?
What's going on, good brother?
What's going on?
I thank you for bringing me up here. There's been a lot of people, and I've been hearing this common thing going on since this Deion Sanders made this announcement that black people this and black people got to stop, and I hate that argument. Black people not just upset. You feel me? It's bigger than just how we feel. Like, what about those kids? What about those parents? What about those people that was promised? I felt like Deion left before the mission was done.
Yeah,
and I hear a lot.
I agree.
A lot of people say, "Oh, he's going to Colorado to bring money." No, he's not. You think they're gonna give us money? We make more money with Deion is. Secondly, you know why they casted Deion? Before Deion came to JSU, none of them wanted to give him a chance. Once they saw he was able to get those 4-star, 5-star recruits, you know what happened? Oh,
now they want to open the door.
HBCU is going to take all of our money. No, we cannot let the excuse my language. We can't let them take our.
That's right.
Then I was on another live show and I heard a black woman say, she said, what did she say? She said, "Oh, this gives black people more opportunity." No, that gives
no, it don't.
That gives the white schools more opportunities to take from us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, if you want to look at it like a handful of black people, not a lot, but a handful of black people gonna eat off of that. Look at the coaches. The coaches he brought with him is eating, right?
Oh, absolutely.
A handful of people, not a lot, but a handful.
But I think that is the most selfish thing ever, because college is about the next generation, not them.
That's right.
It's not about their jobs. It's about these kids' futures, to build foundations and generational wealth. About being able, not just for sports, but also for children, to be like, you know what? I want to go to an HBCU. I want to go to JSU.
Thanks.
I want to go to Grambling.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't want to go to Florida. I don't want to, that's what it's about. And this is someone that's only been watching college sports since Deion came in. I'm just going to keep it real with you. You know what I'm saying? And this is the impact that happened. So it's just like he left the mission early. It's no way he could tell me God called him collect. Get the hell out of here. Your first offer that you
brother, brother. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that every time God calls him, it's a bag is involved?
Yo, God got him on the main line, boy. Tell him what you want.
I don't understand why because Auburn offered him. Auburn wanted him for what the fans wanted Deion for the Auburn job, but he didn't.
That'd have been a good job.
That would have been a good job, but he didn't even look at that. He didn't even acknowledge it at all. But my position is this, man. He left too early. The mission, to me, I feel like this was the thing I was looking for Deion to accomplish, to say that the mission was accomplished. If Deion would have been offered a prestigious bowl game besides going to the Heritage Bowl to play a Division 1A school, that would have been and won that game and beat a major from a Power 5 conference, he beat a team from a major power, that would have been the mission. Or if he would have, let's say, beat a team in the regular season, let's say somebody like a Clemson would have gave them a chance to play them and beat them in a regular season game. Now that, to me, either you get a major bowl game or a regular season game where you actually have the chance to beat a prestigious team and you be successful and you win the SWAC and you move on. That, to me, that's when the mission is accomplished. Not fully, but it's a start. Okay.
You know why I agree with him when he says that's when the mission is accomplished? Because I feel like if he would have did that, that would have bring a lot of more prestigious coaches to come to HBCUs. Like, hold on, he could be the Division I. All right, my school gonna be the Division I now. That's the mission. That's the mission. He left too early. Now,
what you just said, he left too early. If he would have did that, D-Darrell, you got to stay now because it's really the people that came was there because of you. The success you had, if you want to say yes, in part, it's him and his staff and the people you brought. You got to kind of stay there. If he did that, D-Darrell got to play a regular conference school and won, you got to kind of stay. Because otherwise, it's all for naught. Unless you're leaving some type of like they said, like we like to say as people, you're leaving an infrastructure in place that can continue success. You just left. There's nothing there. What are we leaving? All you left is a memory for me. All you left me was a memory. Nothing changed.
Like a one night stand. And people
now, if I have a one night stand with Halle Berry, I'm gonna talk about it all day, but
he didn't even live out his contract, which was for 4 years. Remember, 2020 was a COVID year, so more than half of that was shut down. So just because you got 2 little trophies in 2 seasons, I guess in his mindset, well, he's justified to leave early at the first bit of money that Colorado waved at him. He don't even go to a black school, South Carolina, Georgia.
People in the chat stated that maybe Deion need money. Maybe he ain't as well off as we think he is, where he feel like he need that kind of money right now.
I believe it. Look at his lifestyle.
I mean,
he got a divorce. He living with Babyface X. He got all those kids. He's done everything under the sun, endorsements and reality show. When you go to reality show route, that's when you know your paper getting thin. He had that song in Oprah Winfrey's Network. So I believe it. Those Lamborghinis and Louis bags, they get costly after a while.
He could have stayed on TV and did the Shannon Sharp thing. I mean, I don't know, because that's always would have been an option for him. He could have stayed on TV doing the commentating thing.
I mean, I'm gonna just say this, man. For me, because I'm SWAC. I bleed the SWAC. I'm from from Louisiana, went to Southern. And to me, it was astounding to see the SWAC get the attention. Not just J State, but other schools got attention. You know what I'm saying? And it was partly because of him being there, and I felt like these schools got exposure that they deserve. And I just hate to see that get squandered because he made a decision just thinking about, listen, man, I even proposed this. I actually proposed this. I said, man, the SWAC could have paid Deion more money.
Absolutely.
I'm serious. To be honest with you, under the situation, the SWAC could have said, look at the money that Deion has made for the SWAC, right? We're going to give you $2 million. I think that would have been a good, I think that would have been a good deal. Let's say the SWAC said, because of what you have brought to the HBCUs, I'm talking it because I'm gonna be honest. Everywhere Deion go, the attendance, and let's say J State, Southern, we're like in some other schools, we have J State actually lead FCU schools in attendance. In football attendance. That's speaking of white or black.
D-Darrell.
Which school you said leads? J State?
J State leads the FCUs, which is the Division I AA, in attendance, traveling in attendance.
Hey, D-Darrell. Not to mention J-State, and you can look this up. J-State's enrollment jumped from 6,000 to 9,800 in the last 4.5 years.
Yeah.
A decent, pretty decent.
So man, because I remember back in the 90s, Southern led the Division I AA. We traveled better than any Division AA school. So my thing is money. The money was there to be made, man. The money was there. The SWAC could have offered Deion $1.5-2 million. We're gonna give you that because what we realized, it could have been in the form of a salary, endorsements, other deals, whatever they could have, legally masqueraded it under to fit the NCAA. They could have made something happen to keep Deion. I mean, that $5 million to me, they got coaches making 10-15 million, so that ain't like crazy money for coaches these days. It really ain't.
Well, if you listen to his first appearance at the school, when he went to the school, the very first thing he mentioned that he met with 5 of the boosters. I guarantee you, every last one of those boosters were millionaires, if not billionaires.
Yeah. I mean, they could have created a package for him. Okay, a package of listen, we're going to give you a sponsorship or whatever at Coca-Cola, State Farm, whatever these Church's Chicken, I don't care who it is. And in that package, it's going to equal to about $1.5 million to $2 million. Because that's really, and not only that, it also could have also used money to, let's say, give his supporting staff an extra maybe $100,000 to $200,000 or something like that within his, to give them more, because that's really where they fell off, because he felt like his assistant, he wasn't going to keep his staff that long, but by them not getting paid. And I get that because, man, Mike Zimmerman was getting what, $7-8 million in the NFL. It's hard to go from making $8 million to like $175,000 or so. That ain't easy to. I get that. You chose the job because nobody in the NFL wanted you, but at the time. But you know what I'm saying? They could have packaged. See, this is where we got to understand. We got to be forward thinking. We got to think about the 3, 5, 6 years from now. If Deion's still here, or is the SWAC gonna try to get better TV? Because to be honest with you, where the real money comes from? It's the TV deals. If you, let's say you get a TV deal with NBC instead of something like that, like Notre Dame got an independent exclusive deal with NBC. Crazy, like the SWAC could do that, because if you get a bigger TV deal, that the residuals go to the school, the coaches, assistant coaches, etc. So if we're gonna talk money, man, we got to really talk about all levels. Like somebody mentioned something about, the money could trickle down, right? Well, to me, the biggest,
I think I played on that.
Yeah, you played on that. The largest amount of money that can trickle down is a TV deal. The TV deals,
but that's to the school. That's to the school.
No, it's to
now
the
they got to reinvest that. They got to reinvest that into the school.
Yeah, but the TV deal goes to the conference, and the conference gives so much to every school. Like the SEC network, the SEC schools, they got contracts with CBS, ABC. So much money every time that they play, they getting all this money. They getting contracts. They renegotiate those contracts every so many years. If let's say the SWAC had a $3 billion contract with ABC, you think that ain't going to help? That helps all 12 schools or plus schools that are in the SWAC. Coaches could get more money. Schools can appropriate more money to whatever they wanted to.
I feel like it was coming if he would have stayed to finish the mission.
Right.
Yeah. See now
you would have to ride it out, but then can you make the school upgrade their facility from what the word
if
was?
They want to remain competitive?
Deion upgraded the locker room for the students. I don't know how much, again, they take billions of dollars and build new stadiums, so on and so forth. But just to upgrade the facilities for sports, whereas when you think of HBCUs in certain schools, and I don't want to lead nobody on this, but you will answer the question for yourself. When you think of Harvard, what comes to mind when you think of Harvard?
Academics.
Okay, bang. When you think of Alabama, what comes to mind?
Football.
So now, again, and I don't want to bias you. So if I say Alcorn State,
McNair. I think about McNair.
McNair.
Yeah, think about
who has the best marching band that you know of?
SU, baby. You already know.
SU, right?
Human jukebox.
So somebody said, and I hate to take the brother point, but it just is so good that I'll build on it. There's certain institutions that's known for certain things, and sports, unfortunately, ain't what HBCUs is known for. So that's why they don't get that much money invested into the sports side of HBCUs.
But we gotta look
marching
at
bands be dope.
What's
academics is on par.
But again, what's the reason? Why is the reason? The reason why is because there's people in our community that no, it ain't that it don't make money. The fact that matters is that our people choose to go to other universities. If the best talent is in the SWAC, they're gonna know it.
Oh, we'll show up. People show up.
And you know what else gonna happen? The networks are gonna also comply, and they're gonna want to show them on TV. They're gonna want to show the best talent on TV.
But unfortunately, it's got to happen. It's got to be. It would be, if it is happening, it's gonna be gradually at first. But if I got, just like say Deion, let's say Deion for instance, most of his 5-star recruits, unfortunately, has been skill positions. He said this out of his own mouth. Once he starts getting recruits on the line, them big boys in the middle, that's gonna change the game, because otherwise you go, let's say Myles Garrett in his prime, when them boys off that Ohio or that Alabama line, and I put you up against these dudes, the JSU boys on the line, they gonna get killed out there on that line. That O-line, that D-line, they may put up a little bit of fight, but they gonna get mopped. But he said, but a skill position players, that ain't no thing. Most of his 5 stars and whatnot has been skill position. When they start getting them big boys in the middle, that kind of does change the playing field, but it's got to start happening across a lot of other schools. Why I say that? Because I can have 10 or 11 great players on JSU, and I'm going to play scrub teams. Well, I'm watching 50-7, 70-2, 72-7 games. Every time I show up, I know they're gonna win because they got all the talent only on one team. It got to start matriculating the other teams, where it start be like, okay, they got a great quarterback over here. They got 3 good defensive players over here. It's a little something. Give me a little something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that takes time. But see, to me, I was thinking, because I do think he left too early. I wish him the best, but my thing, I wanted to see Deion have a full 4 years of his own players, and to be honest with you, man, there were players from. This is something that's not been told, but Deion it was going after those players at Texas A&M, that because Texas A&M had the #1 recruiting class in last year, and there were some players that were looking to go to J-State. From Texas, there were some 4 or 5-star recruits that were in that transfer portal because Texas A&M was trash this year. It was 5-7. So again, man, I mean, I get it. I think 4 or 5 years he would have did it, but I mean, it's we can only romanticize about it now. But he really, I think this was very short-sighted.
Yes.
It's very short-sighted.
And he's a microcosm of our people wanting to take the quick route.
Yep. Quick money, man. $5 million, man. That ain't a lot of money. Deion made more than that throughout his career.
He basically got the minimum wage for the coaches in that league.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. Yo, think about it. Put 2 and 2 together, though, right? I don't want to speak too much on what I don't know, but these NIL deals, right?
Right.
Any university is eligible for these, right? Now, or was it only like schools that so boom, right? Those 4-star, 5-star recruits, right? That he's able to pull. maybe let's use some little critical thinking. Maybe the NIL deals that Deion was telling them on the low was much more than they was probably going to be able to grab over here, say, at another place. And that's how Deion also was able to pull some people towards JSU. Because just while we accusing Deion of getting to that bag, he was able to probably, again, this is speculation, he probably was able to sway some of them recruits because them kids was born after, they say the oldest potential kids probably born in 2000, 2001, right? They ain't watched Deion play. But they pops and them probably knew Deion, be like, yo, that's Deion. Yeah, okay, but the kid still got the right to go where he want to. But then when he told him, and look, and we got this bread for you over here. Yo, we got a car lot, we got a car dealership that's doing deals with us. You come do a couple of little spots. You tell a kid that ain't never had nothing that's coming out the hood, they'll probably put like a good, cool $250,000 in your pocket for the year. What? I'm with you. Let's go. Let's get it. That's probably why Nick Saban was saying they paying him, even though they weren't technically paying him. But he probably was telling them on the low, hey, them NIL deals over here, sweet. They ain't gonna give you that bread. They gonna get over here. They got 50. They got 52 dudes over there that's getting paper. You one of the few.
Nick Saban could miss me on that shit because I know he doing some underhand shit. Ain't no,
but for the best players, but for the best.
Man, hold on,
but man. For the best dudes.
I get that though, but you the man that's been getting all the recruits for the last 15 years. Now you want to complain because you got competition. Come on, man. I can see a struggling coach complaining, but I'm sorry, baby, you ain't in no room. He don't got no room. You the last person to be complaining about something.
He don't.
You can't. You mad because I fell from the number 1 recruiting class to number 8. Therefore, now I got a right to complain to everybody. I'm not number 1 no more. Boo-hoo, man.
Yeah, he was crying because probably somebody he wanted.
But Nick Saban,
he wanted Travis Hunter.
That's what it is. He crying.
That's all he really wanted.
But Nick Saban represents. He's like a figurehead. He represents the institution, and those people think about the future, and they say we can't afford 5 or 10 Deions taking all the 4 and 5-star recruits 5-10 years from now. That's how they stopped us in most of our endeavors here in North America. They take our best and draw them out. Right. And then and now Jackson State will be on the side of a milk carton probably next year or the year after this seemingly feel-good story for 2 years by someone that they knew they could pay, that they could buy.
So go ahead.
So before Deion and others who look like him can continue to get the best high school kids to follow along and fall back in love with the idea of going to black institutions, they found a way to shut that down through Colorado, a trash program that was 1-11, and I think over the last 20 years or so, had 3 or 4 seasons over 500. And Deion missing a couple of toes, had a chunk taken out of his leg, standing on that cold ass sideline, and those people gonna start to boo him, drunk, upset. When you can't do the black stuff that you used to do in Mississippi, you got to kind of put on the shirt and tie, take the bass out of your voice a little bit, especially when you're losing. Those people will turn on you quick. That's their nature.
Big time.
They used to losing. They used to losing.
Yeah, they used to losing. But they looking at what they know what they're gonna do. Well, you promised us, and you prime time. The expectation level is different for Deion as opposed to you don't want preaching. We want to be dominant and excellent. And we gonna do this and we gonna do. They're gonna hold you to that shit. So now Squirrel's said, will Deion's son be starting quarterback at Colorado? Yes, he will be. He already stated it. Shador was there with him, looking around, touring, and wow, look at the facilities. Man, check the YouTube video. Then he said, will his kids continue to get their degrees at Jackson State? Now, this is what I know. His daughter, the youngest child, a daughter, and Shador, they're there. I didn't see his oldest son, that other son that played on defense. I didn't see him.
Yeah, I heard he was upset.
Yeah, Shiloh.
He got on his Instagram story. He got a picture of him in Jackson State, in the jersey, and it literally says, "Should I stay or should I go?" Yeah,
so we don't know what he gonna do. I think he gonna end up staying, but But
he got what, a year left? Maybe
he
playing
just got a year left. I don't think he's going nowhere. But it sounds like to me, Shiloh look like he ain't know shit. because he when you right when I don't know, because he sure look like he ain't too happy about what
You gotta remember him and his father bump heads all the time.
Right?
That's right.
Something ain't right, man, because
he played the same position as his pops, right?
No, I don't
His
know
safety. Yeah, his safety.
He a DB in so many words and not. He a DB, and is he cracking? Is he knocking dudes' heads off from the safety position? No. Is he Ed Reed out there, or is he on here? You know what I mean?
He ain't doing all of that, but he a good player. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't like he ain't
knocking no heads off at the safety position. So you a cornerback playing safety. That's it,
man. Herb Street said Shedeur Sanders should have been in the Heisman race. It's a damn shame. They had people at ESPN saying Shedeur should have been in the Heisman race. That's a difference. That's a difference when you got people saying that. So guys, we got 100
from no swag.
We got 101 in the chat. Come on, guys, let's get the likes up. We got 101 watching this show today, man. The show is hot. Appreciate everybody for got me over the 101 mark. I'm gonna say this, man. Shedeur gonna get drafted. I mean, it's other players that's gonna get. That's another thing I was gonna say. When we looking at this, we gotta look at J-State players that could have gotten drafted in the NFL draft. That would have validated a lot too. Those guys would have got drafted and made it in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? That would have done a lot for the program.
Peace and love.
Yeah.
Peace.
What's up, Conscious Energy? What's up, brother?
Peace and love to the Godfather, man. How you doing this evening?
I'm good,
D-Darrell, man.
I'm good.
Man, you know what I'm talking about? I'm just sitting back in the clouds, man. I just wanted to talk real quick about this situation with Deion Sanders leaving the HBCU that he got hired for. And it's a whole lot of people online who's upset at this particular kerfuffle because Deion Sanders decided to go to Colorado. And let's be honest, family. If I don't think it's many men, D-Darrell, I believe you did some kind of coaching. You probably have some experience as being a sports coach. But being a sports coach, especially in college, is probably one of the hardest occupations that you can pick. And I want to know, why are people so upset, Brother D-Darrell, that Deion Sanders decided to go to Colorado when he gave Jackson 3 years of his life? And then this what they not saying, Brother D-Darrell. He was being heavily disrespected at Jackson. They were making memes about Deion Sanders, and it was players on the team who made disrespectful videos about Deion and threatened this man's livelihood. That's why I don't feel I feel that Deion Sanders did what he needed to do for him and his family. And the problem with our people is we get upset with the people who doing the most work. Go ahead, brother.
Well, brother, I can't.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all take that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I let the joke pass, it ain't gonna be funny later. But when you came up here, bro, you reminded me of Brumman from the Fifth Floor real quick. I ain't gonna hold you. No shame.
But I can't think of any coach anywhere in this country who's not up to par, that has not been ridiculed, made fun of on social media, etc. That is par for the course.
Well, can I ask you a question, brother, real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, now there's a meme going around calling Deion Sanders a sellout. Do you think Deion Sanders is a sellout because he's going to Colorado?
Yeah.
Let
me answer the brother.
Go ahead, brother.
In Dr. Calvin Mackey's address, he says that the needs of many should outweigh the needs of one. Okay? Mm-hmm. That's the first thing I want to say. if its reason for leaving was not engulfed in finances or money, then I can't really say he's a sellout. But at this junction, if that's a part of his reason, even if it's a minute part of his reason for leaving, that is a sellout. You've literally sold your people out for $1. Let me explain something to you.
But
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
While Deion Sanders was there, he had Procter and Gamble, he had American Airlines, he had Pepsi. Walmart even built a new practice field. Brother, they have not recommitted for the next football season.
Facts.
I'm getting to see from a professor that's actually, I'm not gonna say her name. They have not committed for next football season. They will not get those financial backings. American Airlines, Pepsi, Walmart, and Procter and Gamble. They're not coming back. You know where they're going? They're gonna follow him to Colorado.
Now, can I say something real quick, brother?
Go ahead.
I believe it's disingenuous. Not calling you disingenuous, but I believe it's very disingenuous when we try to put all that on brother Deion Sanders' shoulders. I don't think that is fair. Deion Sanders is one of the few black men in our society who played professional football and won 2 championships. And I think that is wrong that a lot of our people are trying to put the burden of 400 years of slavery, over 100 years of segregation, trying to put that on the shoulders of Deion Sanders, calling this man a sellout. So you mean to tell me, hold on real quick, brother. Now, I want to direct this to the Godfather.
Wait. I want to ask you a question first. Hold on, wait. I want to ask you a question first before you
go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's one thing when it's bestowed. It's another thing when you have accepted it and this is what you came for. It's not something that we're assuming. There's a 60-minute video, 60 Minutes, when he did an interview with 60 Minutes. First time Jackson State has ever made it to 60 Minutes, where he said that he came there to change the culture of HBCUs. He came there to change the culture of how they look at young black men. And then you bounce for a buck?
So I
don't give me that, man. Brother. Hear me out.
I don't think it was about the money.
Let me finish. Hear me out.
I don't think it was about the money, brother, because it wasn't about the money because he's already rich. Deion Sanders already rich. But brother, what it is, they were not respecting this man at Jackson, brother. They was not respecting this man at Jackson, brother.
Hear me out. Hold on. Let me address him.
Y'all call the man a sellout? I mean, come on, man.
Let me address him. Him being harassed did not make the list of reasons why he left. If you find it anywhere on social media where he said it, please let me know. What was the amount of money.
He did mention that. He did mention. If he mentioned that, he would be criticized. Right. By the same people in that same community, like, because you could just imagine.
But hear me out.
Everybody ain't like nobody never not been robbed before. Come on, man.
Right.
Like,
but he said that it had something to do with money. But as I said before, if Deion Sanders came to Jackson State not proclaiming anything relative to the black struggle, you would not hear an argument from me.
Can I say something real quick, brother D. Darrell? Sure. I want to ask you this quick question. Now, brother, what's your name, brother? The one that was just talking? Q. Okay, Now let me revert. Let me use a little reverse psychology and ask you this same question. Let's say, brother, you was working at Walmart, right? You working at Walmart. They hired you to be the manager. Now you at Walmart making $15 an hour. Everybody like you. Every time you try to hire people that look like you, but you go across the street to Target, and Target say, brother, we'll give you $20 an hour for the same job. Would you be selling out the people whom you manage just because you decided to go get an extra $5 because you're trying to feed your family? So the point I'm trying to make is this. Deion Sanders did all he could do for Jackson.
Okay, wait, brother.
Hold on real quick.
You can't ask me a question and make a point. Wait,
go ahead,
you ask me a question. You can't ask me a question and make a relative point. So, in regards to your argument regarding Walmart, the difference is if I went to Walmart as an employee to change their lives, admittedly, for people that work there, for black people that work there. If I say, well, I'm going to go and take this $50, I know I'm worth a lot more money, but I'm going to take this job at Walmart because I want to be where I could change the lives of black people. But then once I get there and Target offer me more money, that changes me. I've sold out.
I would say you quit.
Well, brother, how can you sell out by going to another college who want to pay you more money, brother?
I just explained it to you.
It goes beyond the money, man. That I think.
I just explained it to you.
But I'm gonna say this.
You said that he was being disrespected, right? So if he was being disrespected, why not just go to another HBCU if it wasn't about the money? He could have did that, right? There's plenty of.
Are you asking me that question or D-Darrell?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm asking everyone.
He's asking you the question.
Well, I can answer it this way. Why he didn't go to another HBU? And let's keep it real, y'all. Let's be real. It's hard for a black man to coach some black men in some of these HBUs, especially the ratchet ones. Now, let's be honest. Wait a minute, hold on now. Y'all may hate y'all brother Conscious Energy for telling the truth, but let's be honest. Colorado offered Deion Sanders. Godfather, they gave Deion Sanders an offer he couldn't refuse in Colorado, brother.
Yes, he could have
The other HBU ain't gonna pay Deion what he want, what he worth. And you can't be mad at a black man who played with the Cowboys, got 3 championship rings, who has always been a stand-up black man in our community, and we can't stand up and say all of a sudden Deion is a sellout because he decided to go to Colorado. And see, it's sad how we do our brothers and sisters.
He's a hypocrite.
Who put in work, man.
Conscious, take it like this.
Deion's a hypocrite.
You just said your main argument statement when you first got on the panel was that this man is rich and he don't need the money. Then you did a whole analogy about if you got a $5 raise to feed your family. You ain't worried about feeding your family if you're rich and you don't need the money.
Right. Nah, brother. You asked me. You asked me why did he go to another HBU? And I'm telling you, it ain't. We cannot say Deion Sanders has done more for black people than anybody on this panel will ever do in a lifetime. That's how much work Deion has done. So you mean to tell me a man that's damn near 60 years old? Go ahead, D-Darrell. Go ahead.
I get what you're saying, Conscious Energy. Is he deserving of the money? Should the SWAC or should J-State pay him? But he is the one who made these promises of doing all of this extra stuff, irregardless of how much money he was making. He signed a contract agreeing to get paid $300,000 a year. He signed that contract. Nobody forced him. He knew that there was an uphill battle with things that he needed to do. He knew this, Conscious Energy. I mean, he knew the job that he was getting into. He knew what he was up against. We can't sit here and say you promised you culturally. See, Conscious Energy. This is what I want you to open your eyes to. What Deion promised the people was a cultural change. This was affecting communities, the state, the SWAC. It wasn't just about money. It was about culturally changing college sports. Where people from our community, from the hood, middle class, up of the suburbs, could look at the SWAC or black colleges as a viable option and not just feel like they have to go to a Power 5 conference to make it.
But that's what I'm saying, brother D-Darrell. Is it fair to put that burden, even though he may have said that, but is it fair to put the burden on him as well? He should have stayed there regardless if he was happy or not. Is it fair to say that brother should have stayed somewhere where he wasn't happy because to make other people appreciate him. Is that fair? Because it sounds like to me everybody's trying to say, well, since he took the job in Colorado, he ain't no more good to the community. Okay, well, and that's not true. That's
conscious energy.
Go ahead, brother.
Let me give you a fair return on your reverse psychology. If I decided to marry your daughter, okay, and I promise you, I tell you, hey man, I'm gonna take care of her. She's never gonna want for anything, man. I'm gonna take care of her. I'm gonna make sure she has a good home. I'm gonna give her everything that you want her to have. I'm gonna put her in a car. I'm gonna put her in a big house, etc. And then we move to the other side of the country. And then when I get to the other side of the country, I meet me a rich bitch. And then I put your daughter out on the street. Are you accepting that?
Well, you know something, brother.
No.
I don't think that's a fair. I don't think that's a fair analogy.
No, it is.
That's a good analogy.
Versus a football career, brother. Coaching other young men, brother. That's not a fair analogy, brother.
It's called an allegory. An allegory is something that makes an obvious point, but it's not a real story. It's an allegory. The points are still there. You just don't want to answer the points.
Yeah, but there's one thing besides quitting and then calling it a sellout, right? Give me an example where somebody quit, where it got the going got tough and they quit. Whereas you saying sellout, like I really want how do people define sellout? Because I call that quitting.
And you know something, Godfather? What ain't nobody brought up on this panel, Godfather? They didn't bring up that they've been trying to sabotage Deion Sanders at the Jackson HBU for a number of years. What's the name of that coach? What's the name of that coach who coached Alabama, the white boy, the head coach of Alabama?
Nick Saban.
He came out on the news, y'all, and he said that he was upset at Deion Sanders because he was recruiting students that he was interested in going to Alabama. So they've been trying to sabotage him.
He said that about another coach as well. He said about a white coach as well. Somebody used to work for him. He said about two coaches that he was losing a recruiting battle to. It wasn't just Deion Sanders.
So is it fair to say that when Deion said, well, hey, because they're starting to pay the college kids now to play ball. So is it fair to say that people who have a multi-billion-dollar institutions like Alabama State and Florida State and SCU, or these colleges have to be held accountable? Because let's be honest, they have been self-sabotaging the HBUs for a number of years. And this is just another example of why HBUs have to do a better job of holding talent.
So how does Deion running away help that? It's funny. It's like LeBron James takes heat because he's been on so many teams, but he's fulfilled every contract he's ever had. And yet that's the main argument some people will use to hate him. And yet with this Deion situation, what you just said, how does him abandon the ship a year early out of his contract, and when he said, I come here to level the field of equality, and he just used Jackson State to level up.
I would love somebody to go to the Oxford and give me the definition of sellout.
But you can't play with the dreams of other sons at the expense of yours. That's wrong. That he's a hypocrite. His own words bury him. God sent me here. Now he moans it. And he ran his ass over the Red Sea to get a bag. I'm not buying it. I'm sorry.
Well, man, that was my opinion, man. I want to thank everybody who shared their opinion. D-Darrell, thank you for letting me on the panel, brother.
Damn, I had one more question for you.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me tell you this. Since you're saying Deion is not a sellout, right? Right? He did the right thing.
He can't be D-Darrell. He can't be a sellout. He done too much for black people.
Okay, so then tell me, how do you feel Jackson State's supposed to feel after he pulled this kerfuffle?
To be honest,
how they supposed to feel? That's what I would. If you saying he not a sellout, he did the right thing. How are they supposed to feel?
Nah, that I wouldn't say did the right
Brother
thing.
D. Darrell, check this out. Hold on. Let me answer that real quick.
Go ahead.
Brother D. Darrell, they called LeBron James a sellout when he left Cleveland and went to the Lakers. I mean, he went to Miami. The same people who was talking about black power, black pride, we need to support black people. Those same ninjas.
Let me give you the definition of a sellout.
Accusing LeBron James of being a sellout, not because he said something bad towards black people. They call him a sellout because he decided to leave his hometown of Cleveland to go to Miami and win a championship. They'll go to Los Angeles and win a championship. Deion Sanders is trying to win a championship. And if he feel like the team he need to make it happen is in Colorado, how can we fault him for that? Okay. We got to stop calling each other sellouts because we want to go to greener pastures. Go ahead, brother.
Conscious energy.
That's why I said, please, somebody give the dictionary.
I'm about to read it out right now. Sellout. Informally, a person who betrays a cause, organization, or the like. Informing a person who compromises his or her personal values, integrity, talent, or the like for money or personal advancement.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Did he sold out his integrity?
Did he get behind? What was the cause? You know, you can't mention the integrity without the cause. What was the cause?
The money, right?
No.
Money
The cause was right? No. The cause of the organization. The cause was to shine a light on HBCUs, to uplift young black men, to instill in young black men whatever it was he said on 60 Minutes. He gave this whole diatribe about why he was there. God sent him there to save young black men. That was the cause. All right. Now he gave up that cause for the purposes of money and personal advancement.
And it said,
I ain't making this shit up. You can
go back to it one more time again, because the one part that really holds true when it comes to that, when I look at sellout, is you giving up your integrity for money. Like you're doing something that you wouldn't have. That's like saying and Lord forgive me. That's like saying being gay for pay, right? No, you don't like men, but you'll sell your behind for some bread. That's selling out.
Hey yo, brother D. Darrell, I'm gonna go ahead and dip out, man. It's a real great show, man.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
I want to thank everybody on the panel, man, and everybody in the chat room. Shout out to Risley, shout out to Ray Triggs, Germ on the board, Sarah Maganja. No, I'm talking about Too Big for Skinny Jeans. Vici, peace, love to everybody. Take care, brother D. Darrell, man.
Take care.
All right, player.
Salute to the Godfather, man.
All right, man. We got 187 people in the chat.
Salute to the Godfather.
Let's get these likes up, baby. Let's get these likes up. This
is
D. Darrell.
You got people popping their head and they must like to talk.
So,
big time, man.
To read back the part that you want me to read again, a person who compromises his or her personal values, integrity, talent, or the like for money or personal advancement. That's the second half of that. That's the second half of
integrity, values, or talent, huh?
Right. They act like
or even the talent aspect comes into that. Okay.
It's just a sellout. It's not
that's why I said he was a quitter, not a sellout.
But the lead in is a person who betrayed a cause, organization, or the like for money or personal advancement.
Even the cause, again, like if you want to reach it, we say, I don't know what the cause. Yeah, okay. He said the cause, the reason he did it was to bring awareness to.
No. Cause as in an activity,
right? Like
not
said,
as
like,
an action.
My cause is to stop global warming or whatever. Like all those type of causes.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You can use it in that form. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I understand what they mean by that when they say that, like, you're selling out a cause. Like I'm a part of an organization or a group, and we are fighting for this cause, right? They always say like we're fighting for this cause,
right.
like
a particular cause.
Global greenhouse gas.
Are you familiar with Anthony Johnson? I mentioned him earlier.
Not too much, no.
Anthony
but like
Johnson
was said, like I give you and I let you go into Anthony Johnson and say I use that global warming thing for example, right? I say I'm against global warming. Then a company that is polluting the earth comes and offers me a job as a consultant for several millions of dollars, and I was up there for the whole time fighting to stop global warming, and I took that job. I'm selling out.
That's a sellout. Yeah.
Boy, well, Deion, I said Deion quit. Deion had success and he quit.
Well, no, if he quit, no, Sean Payton quit. No, Sean Payton quit. When you quit, you're not going back into the same thing you quit from.
Yeah. Right.
If he my position is this, and this is another thing that's not talked about. Don't you all know he's coaching in the Heritage Bowl? Now, how is that going to work out? Nobody talked about who. I mean, I don't see how they're going to how that's going to work with him, with these players feeling some type of way, and he's coaching next weekend in the Heritage Bowl.
Oh, he got one more game to go.
Yeah, I mean, nobody talking about this shit, but I mean, we got.
I thought it was over. I thought it was over. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna be an interesting conversation.
Legally, he had to announce his transfer if he had already signed the contract. He has because the regular season is over with. It's just a bowl game, but he has to make that announcement prior to his departure if he has a bowl game left.
People is really setting the chat on that.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, man, this chat is we got 190. We almost got 200 people in the chat. Man, everybody got their everybody got their opinion.
To Mr. LDBC, the owner of the Saints, Gail Benson, had an attempted carjacking twice, and she's still here. So I mean, but they're not using that as a reason, man. He mentioned the issue was the money, and as well as
Gail Benson is her own employer.
Well, I'm just saying,
has an employer. Gail Benson is the employer. You see the difference there too? If you can,
true.
Gail Benson will give Deion a job. Gail Benson don't need no job.
But the crazy
percentage of black people in Colorado. Because what y'all think is going to happen with Deion if they go back on that horrible losing record after all these high expectations?
Oh, they gonna kick him out. They gonna kick him out as quickly as he came in there.
You don't think they gonna bust his windows? You don't think they're gonna slurs? You don't think that's gonna happen? This is
them white folks are known for setting entire cities on fire behind one loss.
They bet not if they want another black man that's worth.
But look, so when he did the little taping addressing the Colorado football players, man, there were about maybe 60 kids in the room, and I swear I counted at least 10 black people. That was it. Maybe 14.
And did you hear the questions that they asked Deion that he didn't want to answer?
Right.
Coward.
Honestly,
208 in the chat, baby. Let's get the likes up. Let's get those likes up.
I'm sorry.
I should have at least 100. Bro. I should have 150
I ain't trying to put you on the spot, D. Darrell, but yo, this right here, so far, have you hit a record? Has this been
I hit a record. I've been hit a record, but go ahead. Come on. Go ahead, brother. I done doubled my record.
Yeah. Yo, hit that subscribe button. Y'all hit that subscribe and that like.
Subscribe and share.
Hit the like button. Stop treating D. Darrell like a side chick. Hit that damn like button.
That's right.
And I asked y'all a question. I know y'all all saw the footage when Prime walked into that Colorado room for the first time with the players. And I don't know who the bald white guy was. Was that like the president?
Yeah, the guy that introduced him was. I think he was the guy that hired either the athletic director or the president. He was. So I don't know formally what he was.
He was AD.
I noticed he said he was in communication with Primetime for about 2 months. When they was playing Primetime theme music in the when he walks in, we all know about that. He said, "This is something I just learned about today." Are you serious? You've been communicating with this man for 2 months. And you're not paying attention to none of the culture. Y'all don't care about the culture. I'm telling you.
They don't care. They didn't care.
I'm telling you. More money don't mean happiness. We gonna see.
Yeah,
they didn't care, man. They just looked at the fact that we see what you're doing, we see the results. We gonna pay you what you want to get you to come here. That's all they looking at. They don't care about all of that.
To me, I don't even think they want him for the coaching. He's a glorified recruiter.
That comes with the job.
But he's very good at it. It looks like he's very, very good at it. But
yeah,
again, hold up. It will show in the wash if he still get the same type of quality recruits coming to Colorado as he did at JSU. Can he still offer them same type of NIL deals? If that was what was really persuading them dudes that them NIL money.
Well, I'll tell you this: watch how the money is thrown at his son, as a quarterback of Colorado State.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get all kind of NIL deals. See. The thing it's almost like you can't separate the money from this. And so when people,
I think that's the biggest thing, even for the kids.
It is, but we got to look at it from the fact that it's so many layers to it. But the fact of the matter is that Deion has a shorter window to be successful at Colorado.
Yeah.
Do y'all agree or disagree with that? Because they want instant results.
I would say what somebody said they was 1-11 last year.
Yeah,
they were
1-11 games. That's a success. If he win 5 games, he doubled their success from last year. If they win,
in the last 20, I think since about 20 years, they've had 4 years where they were 500 or better. In 20 years, I think as far back as 1995. So it's like the bottom of the barrel basically took him away from Jackson State because of $5 million. They just fired their last black coach. So let's get a more colorful one who can get more Negroes over here, who has the sex appeal, bring them to the mountains, where it's like 1.2% black people in the city of Boulder. And trust me, when Deion starts hearing it from the people, he's going to start crying, looking for sympathy. Oh, they wrote the N-word on my homie. Just watch.
I don't think Deion ever came like that on some racial stuff, though, bro. I can think of. I don't think Deion ever came. Now, he might have talked that pro-black, but I don't think Deion ever, just like how Lil Wayne said he ain't never seen no racism. I think Deion is on that type of time with it. Because everybody like Deion.
I don't know, man.
He was like, he's like the OJ of our current day time. White people like him.
We're gonna find out.
How can I go against black people? I am black. Like what? So you think you can't go up against black people because you're black? That's crazy to even think, bro. Like, I'm not saying that you are going against black people, but how could you even think like that? Like what?
Hey yo, didn't Kyrie? Hold up, I got a joke for you. What didn't Kyrie say? How can I be anti-Shemitic when I know myself?
Yeah.
Okay, we can go that route. When I know myself, how can I be anti?
That was a good one.
So I think we all can admit now that Eddie Robinson Jr. didn't lie. He's not swag. That was a come up for Deion. And maybe that's why he was so annoyed at Deion, because he saw the fakeness and the opportunistic nature in him. But I didn't see it at the time. I'm like, why Eddie tripping? And then I got to remember Eddie's father spent 56 years with Grambling, and he turned down a job with the Rams in '77 because he stuck true to the mission. He put over 200 black men in the NFL.
Fact.
So 77, 78, and 79. Turned them down.
And you know why he put that many
after him.
You know why he put that many black men in NFL? Because at the time, those black players value going to an HBCU, and they value going to those schools. See, it got lost. Integration caused we got lost in that. We got lost in that, you know, and that's what we need to change. To me, that's where it gets bigger than Deion Sanders, because go ahead.
D. Durrell, man, I wish this brother was on YouTube to come up on. So Bashawn Dickinson, who's a Q, good brother of mine, man, works at on that campus, and he said he already talking about going up on tickets already.
Going up on
Colorado.
Tickets?
Yeah.
I bet they are going up on tickets.
They can get another $20 out of them. They get another
Because
it might be more than that.
On the strength.
Because he rejuvenated the fan base.
Yeah.
But just like he said, they already starting to get 5-star recruits coming through the door, right?
Already.
Oh, it's coming, bro. They're gonna be better just off the strength. They got better players coming in the door.
Yeah, instantly,
They're gonna
man.
be better. They're not gonna be no 1-11. And even if he does 5-6, 6-5, it's an improvement from last season, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the first year gonna be like, yo, we just getting started. We just getting the ball rolling. Wait till next year. You see what we did.
Right.
We improved. Everything, 2 wins is an improvement. He could say it's an improvement if they win 3 games. You see what we building on. Come on, man.
Now,
Win 3 games, say they on the way up.
They'll really go crazy if they win the Pac-10 and go and make it to the playoffs.
Oh,
he'll be elevated to a genius.
Hell yeah, it's already a success at that point.
And then you go ahead and start complaining about how underpaid he is. If that happens, it's coming.
But they can afford to give him that bread though. Hold up. What's that boy who went to Texas? The black man, Charlie Strong? Oh,
Yeah.
Max Strong. I want to say it. I know his last name Strong. Didn't he get $5 million? Y'all got to look him up. Strong, the coach.
Charlie Strong. Let me see.
Charlie Strong. I think he got $5 million. Easy. Who got the highest salary in college football? I want to know because I know Harbaugh's getting a bag. I think he getting $10 million a year. And they suck. I'm sorry. They're not trash, but they ain't as good as they should be to have Harbaugh at Michigan.
Charlie Strong. Shit, I don't know what he had. They won't come up. He got 4. He got they paying him. He got paid as high as $9.3 million.
Deion can't be making more than these dudes who's been established, but they definitely getting a nice little bag. So imagine what Harbaugh, Charlie Strong, and Saban and them boys is getting. He win like that, his contract gonna start looking like that. I'm guaranteeing you that.
What is the flagship university for Colorado? Is it University
Colorado.
of Colorado?
It's Colorado.
So Deion Sanders would be the highest paid public official, or public employee.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just like most of the, and a lot of people don't look at it from this perspective, but most of your flagship coaches, they are the highest paid state employees.
Yeah.
Saban, what's that idiot over by at LSU? Kelly. Yeah. They're state employees. They're the highest paid.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, I'm gonna say this. Look, to me, $5 million is not crazy money in college football. I'm sorry, it ain't, man. It's great money. It's a lot of coaches that ain't making, but for a person in Deion position, being in his position, that was not crazy money. Now it's crazy money compared to what you was making, because $300,000 to $5 million is but that ain't life-changing money for somebody who made $8 to $10 million a year in football and then baseball. I'm sorry, man. I mean, this is not no damn. I ain't never make this kind of money before. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm looking at the control and the power and the influence that you had at J State that you're not gonna have at Colorado.
No, that's right.
That's what I'm looking at.
That's right.
The job security was there in J State. Not that
he could have did bad or good, they would have kept him.
That's a fact.
They would have kept him just because he's bringing notoriety and money to the school. He could have did terrible. But you know what's wrong though? If he's doing terrible, you know who ain't coming? Players.
Right? Deion had, to me, in my opinion, Deion had probably a $20 to $30 million effect on the swag. For all the exposure and everything that they got because of him, at least 20, 30 million.
But he wasn't seeing that money that he did, that effect that he made, which I think is another thing too we didn't take into account. As much money as he probably made for them extra, he ain't seeing it. And they didn't want to up it, and they didn't want to up it either.
Well, I mean, but the president of J State actually vowed to give $129 million investment to the football program.
That'd have been dope. They would have needed to upgrade their facilities.
Yeah,
that's not enough for a new stadium, no. But they definitely could have got better workout equipment.
Yeah,
better facilities for the players.
Yeah,
better field and all that.
So Nick Saban is the highest paid coach. He's making about 90. He's making 9.9. He's making almost 10 million a year right now. He's the highest paid coach.
They say he make 11.7 in 2022.
Yeah, that's with the salary bonuses and sponsorships.
Okay.
Yeah, but his base salary is $9.9 million.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a lot.
One question about Deion. Why do you think it is that he's been retired for about maybe from the NFL, maybe 15, 16 years? He's never taken on any type of coaching positions, which would, try the experience or resume, or maybe his attitude or his price tag was too much. Because
he tried before. He tried to get coaching jobs.
They wasn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. Deion tried to get other coaching jobs. They didn't want. They thought he was a risk. What they wanted to do, they wanted Deion to prove himself, and that's why he went to a Division I AA school. But see, and to me, Shannon Sharp stated, how is it when Deion was being looked at? Why are they coming up with all this stuff about the graduation of the players and all this other different stuff that they don't look at for other players, other coaches? So now. When Deion first was interested in from high school, nobody wasn't giving him opportunities like that. He had to make his opportunity by making Jackson State a winner and giving them. But see, what they like is the fact that he made them all that money, and he was bumping head with Power 5 conferences for players, and that's something that was unheard of for SWAC teams. So they we can pay him more money. They didn't give him, to be honest with you, Deion could have got an extra $2 million out of Colorado if they were serious. If they were serious, he could have got that kind of money. But
I mean, even the immediate NFL fraternity, where a lot of that is basically who you know, either he just wasn't interested, or because I think of somebody like Rob Woodson, who was a better all-around defensive back than Deion. Deion was a better cover person. But Rob Woodson been secondary coach, assistant defensive coordinator, all types of stuff, bona fide Hall of Famer. And he would do well at an HBCU. But Deion, I've never seen his name attached to any NFL organization being on his staff. I don't know if that's by choice, or he just thought it wasn't enough money for him.
Well, Deion said that he didn't want to. He chose not to want to pursue a coaching job in the NFL because he said he had a hard time coaching players that's not doing their job and they're getting paid. You know, he publicly said that. He publicly said that.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So, but I still think eventually he's probably going to go pro, but he just not going to do it anytime soon. Because they're going to come calling. The NFL going to come, especially if he becomes successful at Colorado. They coming.
Right.
But
Someone said
he's still with
$5.9 million is a lot of money for a coach that's only coached 3 years. I agree, but you got to understand, prime time, he's going to Colorado, one of the worst schools. And honestly, his recruiting power alone is worth $5 million. Like, come on now. Prime time, come to your living room right now. Your kid is going to say yes. The parents.
But again, you overselling that. Yeah, your daddy gonna say yes. Do you know prime time? Hold up. Ask them kids nowadays who their favorite basketball players.
You know about the old players. They may not see them play live, just like the younger kids that play basketball. They never seen Jordan play, but they're very aware of who he is.
Yeah, but they will tell you Kevin Durant is the best. They'll tell you Curry is the best. They'll tell you Braun is the best. You might get some say Kobe, especially come from the era like me, the Kobe era. Say, because I was able to watch Kobe's entire career, right? But we know for most intents and purposes, Jordan probably was the best player outside of maybe Kareem. So just again, these kids did not watch Prime. They just know Prime is famous. They don't know Prime. Their daddy might know Prime,
but it's working though.
Elite quarterback. You know how many kids want to play with an elite quarterback?
Right. So I can give you one that might work. Let's say if Tom Brady was the coach, right?
Okay.
Kids who play football, they know Brady because Brady still is relevant. He had to be alive and playing most of their life. Tom Brady was in Deion's position, trying to pull in people. Yeah, them kids might respect the G call because they seen him play. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? That's the difference. These kids did not nail one of these kids that not even from 2020, 2001, 2002 that could potentially be on his team was watching Deion actually play football.
But you know what these kids was watching? Social media.
Right.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And at that
the
time,
king of social media.
And at that time, they probably saw Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Adrian Peterson, right? Let me keep going. Ray Rice, who you want me to keep going to? If these were the people that was coaching, there's a good chance that them players watched them. Calvin Johnson, I'm pretty sure there's a handful of them players actually saw Calvin Johnson. You know what I mean? DeAndre Hopkins, what's that? No, I'm thinking the dude from the Texans.
Andre
Big
Johnson.
Rollins. Yeah, Andre Johnson. They might have knew Andre Johnson career, right? Mid 2000s, they might know them. So even with like Eddie George is a stretch, right? Eddie George, even that's a stretch. But I'm sure Deion is getting paid more than Eddie George was, right?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Didn't Eddie George go to Tennessee State or something?
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
He just doing what he doing, but he don't got that cachet that Deion got. He might got connections, but he ain't got that name like Deion.
Right.
And I remember Eddie George because Eddie George was like the tail end of the 2000s. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you this. If you feel like the kids wouldn't know Deion enough to go to a major college, what made these kids go to an HBCU for him?
Again, I think this is all speculation. The bread that he can throw at them off them NIL deals, what he thinking they can get. That means it's probably going to square nigga. Hey, man. Really, that's why I brought that up earlier. Why Nick Saban probably said that, because the same thing that the bigger schools was doing is like, hold up, I told you come to my school, we might got an NIL deal for you, and you went over there to that little ass school that ain't gonna get nothing. But you know what I mean? Like we told you, we might got an NIL deal for you, but look, you're gonna be on national TV every day. You know what I mean? Because just like with people in life, they try to get the most out of you for the least, right? Right. We might not got an NIL deal for you, but hey, you're gonna be on TV, right? Well, Deion was like, I got an NIL deal for you, and we getting TV deals. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I feel you on that. I understand Deion getting these guys, but it's legal, so that's just part of coaching now. That's the playing field. That's what Nick Saban ain't adjust yet. Obviously, he complained about it, but those NIL deals are legal. Either you get on or you fall off. That's just that's what it worked. If you know,
and once Deion get
in the air right now, I'm telling you.
And once Deion get them one-on-one, he know how to speak their language. He got young sons. You know, he's still very into pop culture. Hanging out with Lil Baby and all these rappers.
These young kids know who Deion Sanders is.
You remember when he had?
They know who he is, but I'm saying his career is foreign to them. Deion's career is foreign to them.
But they know the personality.
You know who he is, bro.
Yeah, but people know prime time. They. I mean,
if you study football, you're just not paying attention to the.
They playing Madden. They see his rating on Madden.
He's on the cover.
He got a Madden card every year. That's the best cornerback, even when it ain't a 99, right?
Man, we going to Madden football,
too, right?
Video games.
Right.
They should know who Lawrence Taylor is too, right? So let's give Lawrence Taylor a coaching job.
Yeah, but how many people wear 56 because of Lawrence? How many people wear 21 because of Deion? Who was doing those type of dances and making rap albums, all that stuff? He's like a brand. They respond to that. Who hanging with Rick Ross down there in Miami? You know, talking all that good stuff. Deion.
I'm sorry, my brother. I'm sorry, but again, you have an excellent point. And guess what? On top of your point, the quarterback, the cornerback, the wide receiver, and the running back are the most famous football players. Them big ugly boys on that line, don't nobody know no offensive lineman like that. Even though they had a movie about old boy, but it was a feel-good white lady story. What was that name? Blindside or whatever with Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Okay, one. You know what I'm saying? And that linebacker story, Rudy. Two. Okay, but just I said again, Odell Beckham Jr. is one of the most famous wide receivers right now out there on social media. You know what I'm saying? His stuff be popping. Lamar Jackson popping because we see the most visible players are the skill players. Deion was a skill player. Right? Deion was a skill player. That's why I said you go throw Lawrence Taylor in that boat. We know LT, and LT probably was more influential than Deion on the defensive end of the court.
Right.
But it wasn't sexy to watch LT do what he do.
Right. I feel you on that. I mean, we're gonna see how this works out. It's to me the thing that I'm gonna look at is how the recruitment look for Colorado. How many people in that transfer portal gonna go to Colorado? That's gonna be telling to how they're gonna do.
Listen,
is he gonna make us play?
Travis Hunter's already hitting.
I think it'll work. But like I said, you know my reason why I think it's gonna work because they gonna up that bread. They gonna be upping that bread. It's gonna work, and they got a lot more bread to give. It's gonna work,
right,
man. Right. So Robert White said, "Why JSU won't try to get Cadillac from Auburn? They look past Cadillac. Obviously, they ain't happy with Cadillac as the interim because they wanted Deion more than they wanted Cadillac Williams." For Auburn. So I don't know how that'll work. I mean, Cadillac Williams was I guess they made him the interim coach, but they wasn't impressed with him. I don't know how that'll work.
I know Terrell Owens.
I remember Cadillac in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, me too. He was a good running back, but I mean,
but that's about all he was. He wasn't Deion.
No, he wasn't Deion. And Cadillac got hurt early in his career too. Yeah. So
that's why I said it will work. You know who? Like I said, I mentioned the names. Randy Moss, go coach. Randy Moss could probably pull the same type of weight.
Oh yeah, Randy Moss could do it.
Calvin Johnson probably could pull the same type of weight.
But the same kids that you say that
Mike Vick, Mike Vick go coach. He could do it.
These kids ain't lived to see Randy Moss play live.
You don't think Terrell
Owens? But they got the name though. The name carry though.
No, of course. That's my whole.
You don't think T.O. could do it?
T.O. could probably pull it off too, because he got. And then we're talking about people who are also celebrities outside of football.
Yeah,
right.
So the kids know who they is, but not necessarily because they're playing care. But then when they was playing, they was dogs. It works. I think it works in Deion's case because he is a celebrity off the field and he was a dog on that field. So you want that to work? Tell Randy Moss go coach at JSU. He'll get that same thing will happen. The same thing will happen. It'll work. I guarantee. But you gotta have that name.
I agree.
It'll work because one, you a celebrity off it. Kids may not know your playing career, but people will come watch because it's Randy.
Yeah,
you was the dog. We not watching Cadillac Williams play because Cadillac, it's Cadillac, but he was Cadillac in the league.
Cadillac Williams wasn't. That just wasn't a sexy name, man. I mean, he wasn't transcendent like that. You know.
Cadillac is a black ass name though.
Boy, then you just know. I don't think I never met another mud named Cadillac in my life. Unless that was his nickname.
Cadillac. Like honestly, when it comes to these HBCU schools, not to down anybody, I feel like any name from the NFL that was readable could have brung anybody. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't know about it. Not any.
No.
Name,
I don't mean like any name and things like that. But I just mean
any reasonably known name.
Just attaching a name that someone be like, hey, I heard of him. You know, it would attract you a little bit. You know, like
a little bit.
A little bit.
But a celebrity. Like, so I go back to that.
Brittany Ivory said, you got to know how to coach too. She said, yeah, that's all good, but you got to still know how to coach. Like, we can't, we do talk about bringing the players in, but you still got to know how to structure that program.
So can I ask y'all pros this? Did we know that Prime could coach as good as he did before he took the job? We didn't know.
Hey, yo,
Well, I know he coached. I know he coached high school football and he coached little league in high school. I know he did that. So he was decent as a high school coach, from what I heard.
Well, I love this conversation because we're building. What we think about Jeff Saturday coaching the coach? What do we know about his coaching career?
Nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, that's all. That's all. That's all I gotta say.
But listen to that. Jerry Wardlow stated Deion has a clause in his contract that he will get paid if he leaves after 1 year, $15 million, after 2 years, $10 million, and $5 million after 3 years. He's not going anywhere. It's better to be fired. Damn. So if that's the buyout structure, shit, he ain't going nowhere. Matter of fact, I remember the former LSU coach that got fired. He said, man, they sat him down. What's the guy name? Not Miles, but the one after Miles.
Ogeron.
And Ogeron, he from Louisiana. Ogeron said they sat him down and said, listen, you got $17 million on your contract. We're gonna pay you every bit of that, but we need you to leave. Damn. He said, "Okay, I'm out." He was like, That's the game.
Free money.
Yeah, that's the game.
But guess what? They're still paying him to consult though. That's the funny part.
Consult for what?
Now, with their recruiting. He's
advice. He's helping them with recruiting. Oh
yes, he's still active.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That might be a little small 5K check, 50, 60K a year. I mean, you want hey, what you think about this player? You've been watching? Yeah, all right. And that's it. All right, call you next week.
Yeah, man. Ogeron, I think Ogeron had his problems, but I still think all in all, he was a good coach for the school. Now, as far as other aspects, he had some issues, man. Ogeron was smashing more of the students on campus, man, than the average incoming freshman.
Facts.
Wow.
Now, what do you think about Deion recruiting Florida? Now, I know he real hot in Florida because they making a point that there's a lot of players from Florida that may go, where Deion go.
Well, I tell you, what's his name has already hinted that he's following Deion Sanders, Travis Hunter.
Damn, he's following him. That's big.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if Travis knew in advance, or if he was tipped off.
Travis, they all knew in advance, man. That shit was all staged, man.
They knew.
They knew.
It's unfortunate for the people at Jackson. I don't like how it went down. I'm not excusing Deion. He's made easily over $100 million just playing football alone.
Yeah, man.
And for you to use them as some little come up, or just to level up and play with their feelings, and then you up out of there. If he'd have said at the least, well, I want to live out the duration of my contract and then assess my options, I could respect it more. You still leave with a year on the table, and just because you have Walmart on a new track and field or whatever, you're gonna convince yourself that what you did was morally right, and you came in with this Creflo Dollar speech about how God sent you, and you need to equality. And even had his son write the same statements. I told you brothers earlier, his son was committed to FAU. And then when Daddy was at Jackson State, he put that press statement out the Twitter that I got your back. It's my responsibility to help, level the equality for HBCU. And running right to really white Colorado. The optics are so flagrant and obscene, man. I know somewhere those other people are just laughing their butts off. They look, we can buy them. That's why they have nothing. Because they quick to jump ship as soon as you wave a dollar. And in fact, today, December 4th, is the anniversary of Fred Hampton being assassinated. And the man who set him up was given a $200 bonus by the CIA on this day in 1969. I know some of you might have seen the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. $200. That was his bonus for FBI killed Fred Hampton in the suit. We always been afflicted with that way of thinking, and this Deion Sanders issue is just another example.
Hey,
right. I feel you. Yeah, what's up?
So Deion Sanders' net worth. Now, I'm not talking about his wife. Deion Sanders' net worth is $40 million.
Ooh. Okay, he got a nice little, he good.
That's his net worth.
He ain't broke. He ain't nowhere near broke.
No, not by a long shot. Now his wife still has some holdings in some of the music deals that she was in. She got some paper.
Okay. Damn,
Is he paying his ex any alimony? What's her name?
Yeah.
Because
I don't think he is.
Like 12 years.
Right.
And then he got with Babyface's ex, and I'm sure he had to cash her out.
But he never married Edmonds.
No, I mean his first wife for 12 years.
Oh,
I'm sure she cashed out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, it's public information, but
yeah.
But I mean, if he worked $40 million, if your net worth is $40 million, that's not nothing to sneeze at.
No.
That ain't nothing to sneeze at all. So, and then you steady getting an NFL pension, and you're getting an MLB pension. You're getting pensions. Right. You still got, he got all these, he's probably worth more than $40 million. If now that probably was prior to all of this taking place. So, no telling.
Right.
Well, Godfather.
Yes,
so
sir.
between Deion Sanders and Tracy Edmonds, I am convinced that their decision to not get married is a business move. But between both of them, their income, their net worth is $100 million. She's worth more than he is. She's worth $60 million.
See, he about that bad.
Ooh.
Huh?
She worth $60 million?
She's worth $60 million. I'm telling you, bro.
I'm about to go look because what she get? What make her worth that?
Baby
Did she
face,
take
babyface money?
She took babyface money.
Yeah, you got.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
No, I'm gonna tell you who money she got. You listen to this. The money she has Usher's money. She has TLC's money. She has mid conditions money. She has let me see who else she have. Who
laid on her back.
For the immature, all of them.
Yeah, they raped all of the artists, bro. The only one the artist that actually made it out of it and was able to make some money was Usher. Everybody else they raped, bro. TLC was broke when they left. Him.
Yeah. She worth $60 million. What's up, BMT? What's up?
What's up?
What's on your mind, man?
Not too much. I don't get the big issue of Deion leaving. I mean, he came, he did his job, he left. There's nothing else to say or do. I mean, I think people always try to hold a skeptical of, hey, you got to fix this or you're supposed to stay and do that. Like, stop. Now, there's a lot of well-to-do blacks that damn sure graduate from HBCU and never come back, never go back.
Well, brother, let me respond to you. Tell you why people are upset. Not upset, but why people are critical. And this is another allegory. If I tell you I'm going to come to your house, if I know what you went through, if I know what you went through with the previous contractor, if I tell you I'm going to come to your house, I'm going to fix everything. And when I'm there, I'm going to make sure that you're happy when I leave. If I come there and I don't fix everything and I leave, don't you think my feet should be held to the fire for making that promise?
Okay, so we'll get at that. So he came in with the old Negro black promise that I'm gonna save y'all. I'm gonna help bring back daddy back home. I'm gonna fix the house and mend those shit. Okay, so he came in with everything everybody from politicians to anybody with money says and does to black folks. Now, yeah, he came in wrong with that. I will give you that. But then if the black folks from Mississippi, and God damn it, y'all know damn well Mississippi, shit, you trying to fix Southern poverty. You can't fix that shit overnight or with football. That's something totally different.
Brother, he never promised us poverty. His interest in coming to Jackson State, hear me out. His interest in coming to Jackson State was for young black men. That was his opening statement with his interview with Jackson State. He wanted to change the culture of HBCUs while there. Now, he blazed. He left.
Did he get them some wins? Did he get them wins? Yes.
Oh, he didn't promise. Yes. The wins were not a part of his promise, sir. The wins were not a part of his promise.
Whoa. See, now we taking away. We're not going to do that. He was helping them with the program. He had people looking at that damn school. That damn sure weren't even looking at that school. And he also had people coming into that school to say, hey, I want to play under your doggone leadership. Now, was anybody else saying that for that school? Let's ask a question. Was anybody else doing that for that school deal? For that school, Brother Diderot?
No.
Okay, so he came there and did it. This is like the same thing with the Obama thing, where you promised that you were going to do it. Whoa, come on, man. Like, you asking me to undo so much goddamn shit. Like, come on, man. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why
Obama didn't leave early, though.
Well, Obama just won. After a while, Obama just started doing his own damn thing. Deion Sanders, here's the thing. Black people put too much on the back of entertainers rather than fix their own shit. Now, were y'all bringing up the stuff about his son getting jumped in the parking lot?
So
were y'all bringing?
They've been talking about it crazy. Along with
they brought it up earlier.
A lot of people, not just even here, but I heard other people been mentioning it. And they saying that it might be one of the reasons.
No, okay, so let's pull up some of the stuff that happened to him. His children getting attacked. He getting robbed multiple times. The security at the place brought him no protection, as well as his vehicles getting broken into constantly. Also, let's look at another thing. Him trying to get certain funding, school wasn't trying to help him. So you got an uphill lean on me battle that this black man is doing. He's like, well, damn, what the fuck? Nobody knows it, but it's not like they're going to go public. And when he talked about it, they tried to make it seem like he was crazy. Oh, I forgot. When he talked about when he won one of the biggest games for them, people having to break in from his own administration and staff, broke into his shit. And then when he got some of his shit back, you know, the woman said, I was holding it for you. But he's like, some of my stuff still missing. What the fuck? Oh, we're going to make burger for that?
Skip Bertman's house was broken into many times on LSU's campus.
What they got to do with Deion Sanders? What they got to do with Deion Sanders?
So, but that was still not a reason for him to leave. But nevertheless,
Wait. What? Wait. So getting your children attacked, and your children getting attacked, and you being attacked or being robbed, that's not a reason for you to want to leave?
Brother. No. I understand everything you're saying, but what I'm saying is that wasn't his reason for leaving. If that was his reason for leaving, I'm with it. I'm with it. Hear me out. If that was his reason for leaving, I am with it. Huh? No.
You think he would have got criticism for saying that was the reason?
I don't think he would have.
I don't find that a good reason because his son could have went to any institution just to basically be Deion's son. They could have did the same thing. That can happen anywhere.
Right. I'm just saying, but his son came there with him. He did what he could. He had opposition, just like a lot of different other men who have either gone to different practices, schools, hospitals, different stuff. They did what they could. They got done as much as they can, and they said, okay, I'm going on to something else. He did 3 years.
Negotiating for months.
Let's not. I didn't even bring that up, bro. Oh, I'm glad you. I didn't want to use that. I was saving that ammo for a while
because address the press at the team's greatest moment. You're not present because you can't face the press, and you got to make a 10:06 p.m. flight to Boulder, Colorado. Wow, you talk about treachery. That takes the cake. You can't. All the local press and people down there who believe you to be Moses, talking about God sent me here, and your ass is on a damn plane going to Lily White, Boulder, Colorado, at the first offer you got for some garbage program. All these in South Carolina, Georgia Tech. Come on, that's almost ridiculous. I thought he had more pride and self-respect than that. Like I said, he's Deke O'Malley from Cotton Comes Home to Harlem. Running that
No. I said it better than I said. He gave a Malcolm X speech, and all we got was Anthony Johnson.
Yeah. Right. What's up, Freak Show? What's up, brother? Freak, can you hear me, brother? Freak Show.
What's up?
What's up, brother? Yeah.
What's happening with you, man?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
you good.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at what Pull Up Shorty said.
I'm
God took him out.
I'm tripping because what do Jackson State owe Deion though?
No, nothing.
No, because nobody was jockeying for no other school was jockeying for Deion.
So, but hold on, wait. Just hold on, email. Just because Jackson State, email. Jackson State didn't make any promises to Deion Sanders. They promised to pay him. What promises did Deion Sanders make to Jackson State? That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So Freak Show, what do you think about you saying, okay, Jackson State didn't make promises, but they gave him an opportunity that nobody else gave him.
Exactly. Okay. Now, Florida State. Now, who would pick? Okay. Why would Florida State pick Willie Taggart over Deion Sanders?
That part.
Recruitment? Possible recruitment and notoriety that Deion could bring to the table?
Because Deion Sanders is a name right now.
Right?
Deion Sanders is a name right now. Let's keep it real. We've all seen Jackson State games. We done seen the refs give that game to Jackson State. When he played when they get this real league, it's over. It's over.
So I don't get it.
He had it good in Jackson. But I don't think he like wanted to spit this chicken.
I watched that, and you know what? I had watched that championship game too. That shit looked at trash. I ain't gonna hold you. That game, I tried to watch it, but it was trash.
So
it should have been in a better venue. It should have been at the NRG Stadium, man. They used to have the SWAC championship at NRG, man. It should have been a better venue though. But
so I'm trying to figure out how was he supposed to fix? What was he supposed to fix? What was he supposed to fix? Like, help me understand that.
Well, see, this whole thing about fixing, I don't. This is what I don't know about the fixing part of things, BMT. But my expectation for what he promised was to make Jackson State a known household name. He's going to up the level of not only Jackson State but the SWAC. He was going to recruit. His main thing was to recruit those 3, 4, and 5-star recruits that were going other places that they would consider going to a black college, a HBCU, and that he was going to make Jackson State a power. And there be someone to reckon with, to be considerate. The fact that they would get sponsorships, other contracts, and other avenues of income, streams of income, which he pretty much was beginning to do. Yeah, I mean, some things did actually come to fruition. He obtained a lot of sponsorships and this Jackson State.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Go ahead,
man.
Okay, Jackson State is seeing money that is unprecedented for the football or the school. So he has done that. But the main thing was that we wanted to see if he could have a program that could beat a Power 5 or a Division 1A school, which he hadn't got a chance to do yet.
Right.
So that to me, if he would have got to that point, that to me was the other level of the game where he can compete with Nick Saban and LSU and Clemson, or even beat them or beat teams in the conference. But he didn't do that. He didn't get a chance. He left before that could happen.
So would it be fair to say that he bit off more than he can chew?
No, he didn't. I don't think he did.
Why not?
Because he was already fussing with Nick Saban over recruits in Texas, and they saw him as a threat to the white colleges because he was getting he made the best player in college in high school football flip from Florida State to Jackson State. That is unheard. That has never been done in the history of college football. Not only that,
and BMT, and I add on to that too, BMT, because this was something, I don't know how long you've been watching. This is something I added on to what D. Durrell said. It would have been nice if Deion would have stayed there, if he would have been able to pull off that feat of beating a Division I school or putting a school like that on the record, because then that would then in turn get more recruits to respect it, but like, well, damn, we can actually win here, at least here at this school. We can win and we'll get exposure. But my point when he said that is all of that is for not to win a game against a big school if Deion not there, because it's like I told him, brother said it earlier, it's like having a one night stand with Halle Berry. I'ma talk about it, but I ain't with it.
So we're looking.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let Freak Shows with them and let BMC respond. Go ahead.
Okay. Keeping it real. Do you think he made this move because now it's easier to get the NIL money to get any player he wants right now? Because he made the statement that the booster's been in his ear. He said that at the press conference today. He said the booster's been talking to him. So you know if he can get that money, he's gonna go and buy the best players to win. He's fit to go buy some players. This is gonna be a pay. I'm gonna pay you to play for me. Let's keep it real. Because if Deion Sanders win more than I'd say 7 games, he bought a team. If you looked at the players that Colorado had sitting there, that looked like a high school team.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go Pac-12. Can we go Pac-12?
If you won't be coming back.
Can we take a look at the Pac-12? Right. Yeah. I would say Arizona. What do you got? Arizona, Cal, Oregon, Stanford, UCLA, USC, Washington. The other ones I can't remember the names. What's the name of the school? But I can't remember the name of all the schools. Wisconsin,
Washington State.
So, Washington State. Okay, right. Outside of USC, UCLA, Oregon, right? Every other school, and Stanford, and maybe Stanford, right? So 4 out of 12 schools. You said 6 or 7 games, right? Yeah, there's a pretty damn good chance he could do that in that conference and outside it, just with a couple of recruits. Yeah, it's going to be a win. It's going to be a win. Regardless, it's going to be a win.
BMT, any response?
Huh?
Go ahead, BMT. Any response?
I get that CD.
So we're looking at it, because like I said, I've listened to some of his videos of him talking, and he came in there happy, and he was teaching off screen, because I got some people that's over there. He was actually wasn't just talking about football. He was actually talking about the programs and a lot of the structure that was going on in the college, and how badly shambles it was. The teaching, the faculty, the staff, the curriculum. Football ain't gonna be worth the fuck if goddamn the players are stupid or literally don't even know how to manage their money or any of that stuff, which literally they have a really bad impoverished problem with the hood and everything around that school. But everybody's focused on sports rather than that of how these players are actually faring in everyday life. Now there are videos out there of these boys just fighting and brawling it out on the field. Like, I'm not sure people have seen how bad it's gotten. So you're like, I mean, and I get it. He was like, damn, I'm coming in, I'm going to help these boys. Then all of a sudden you get this goddamn sister act goddamn play where he's like, what the fuck? I think I bit off more than I could chew. Because now I'm trying to think, I'm fixing the house. This shit is actually more rotten to the core. And he's talked about a lot of different things that happen, and everybody just keeps downplaying it like, oh, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. That's an excuse. And it's like, damn, so no matter what, motherfuckers don't want to hear that they got systematic problems in those HBCUs that they don't want to address. And so that just shows you at the core, it ain't matter how much football or Negroes run up and down them fields. If these boys are getting concussions, broken legs, they don't have no careers. Hell, a lot of them came and hold on to $1 million after they get out of a goddamn or they contract. They don't even get their contracts like that. And so he's like, yo, I'm trying to show you that. I know when everybody's looking at those videos of him doing certain stuff, like, I'm going to talk to you about money, women, and different stuff. He's talking about shit from experience of things that they need to know about getting a job and different stuff. Everybody else is, oh, he's just talking to a Brittany Renner. Well, shit, I'm trying to show y'all a lot of y'all boys be sticking y'all y'all be fucking these women and y'all be ending up on child support, losing y'all checks. So everybody overlooks the things that he's trying to teach them. And then they're like, just focus on football. But he's like, nah, because the poverty and the shit's so bad here, ain't nothing you can do about it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, the shit actually got real deep. And when he talked about videos like that, motherfuckers overlooked the shit he was talking about systematically going on in those areas. But then when he said, listen, I didn't cut you off, bro.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay, but when he's saying, oh, I'm done, just like any man, I would have no smoke with any man who said, I want to take on a single mother and kids, no shot to anybody. And you get in that home and you find out, oh shit, I bit off more than I could chew. Nigga, I'm not going to hold nothing against you if you get a divorce in 2 years. Like, nigga, you did what you could. You tried to help it out. Hell, you probably even got them in the house. But if you say you done, you done. Like I said, like, there's a lot of corruption shit he was talking about. But blacks don't want to address the HBCU corruption. They want to say, well, Deion, you should have stayed longer. Well, shit, this shit is more deeper than that. Why don't nobody talk about the white people that were doggone saying, hey, man, like, we're not going to give you the funding? Or the HBCUs that weren't actually watching his back when he either got different shit happen to him out there on the field or just trying to do the program. I find it interesting that they're just looking at the football and recruitment, but that shit don't mean nothing. But see, these other coaches don't got to worry about that shit. He does. I'm trying to figure out, so what's he supposed to do when nobody's trying to fucking help him? Like, give me the people who are trying to help him outside of this program to help him be successful. I would like to know that. Who was his people that were helping him?
Apparently, it wasn't the motherfuckers at Florida State.
No. Okay, who else? So give me the people.
Well, I'm confused, BMT. Like, when you saying who's supposed to help him, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by help him with what.
Okay, like, so we know you talk about, like, right. Okay, so then that's just about funding. Like, if we were to use your guy Umar, right? I don't even want to go to him. That's more than a bigger task. Let's leave that alone. Let me put that on the table. Anybody who's saying that they're trying to fix something, a county, a staff, or anything like that, that's not a one-man job, man. That shit's bigger than what it is. That's why I don't understand why people say, well, Deion, you're supposed to fix this shit. You need a whole staff faculty, but if the staff faculty ain't trying to work with you, bruh, like, he had to go actually pay for his own personal security because security wasn't even trying to protect him. Like that, y'all can look this shit up, bruh.
Yeah, okay, I get you. Now my thing is this, BMT. Before he took the job, he had to understand the limitations of an HBCU. See that? That's
here we go. Here we go.
He's not. No, I'm saying, but see, this is my thing, BMT, and this is why I put on there, because there are people that don't understand HBCUs. I went to one. I mean, I'm not saying you gotta, but
I went to Benedict. What are you saying?
Okay, I know, but hold on. I get it, but what I'm saying is this, BMT. We cannot. Okay. The only issue that I've seen that to me holds with what you're saying is the fact I understand the stuff with people stealing stuff, the things that were happening. That happened. Man, I'm gonna say this: almost every state school, white or black, is in the hood because of land grants and they were in poor black areas where it was the cheapest of land. So as far as him being in the hood, in the neighborhood, that's every LSU is in a bigger hood than where Southern is at. South Baton Rouge is horrible. So let's not use this stuff. That's all kind of crime that go on LSU campus. I know. Okay. I've been there. I mean, we can't
anybody, but is anybody trying to say they're trying to fix LSU? Is anybody saying they're trying to fix LSU?
But hold on. But listen. This is the difference. See, this is where we're trying to not. He made promises. Nobody. He made not see the promises you talking about. He the one preach this biblical shit.
And so we can own that. We can And I already said he was wrong for making something that he didn't understand the full scope of what he couldn't keep. Yeah, he came in with that. I can do this. I can do that. Okay, he fucked up on that. I'll give you those cards. The nigga shouldn't have said some shit that he didn't understand the full scope on. I'll never say I can go fix the black community. Nigga, the fuck I sound like saying some stupid shit like that. No, you can't do shit like that.
All I'm looking at, the people on this whole savior thing, I'm not looking at it from save the black community. What I'm looking at is from the fact of him improving the viability of HBCUs, particularly the SWAC.
That's an impossible task.
No, that wasn't. He did that. He almost did that. I mean, he did
that. How did he almost do that? Okay,
because
so
I'm gonna tell you how come. Because the SWAC has seen unprecedented revenue. J-State has seen unprecedented revenue. They've been on 60 Minutes. They had when the last time you seen a SWAC team on game day on set? They had all kind of exposure. He has So now when it comes into this stuff about making the community better and the stuff with the water, and he put his own money in and stuff like that.
He put his money.
Yeah, he did. He did put now to me.
Yeah, right. I know. He put his money. He put not his money. He put his money.
But listen. I get him doing that, and that to me is something that should have been the responsibility of the school, and I do hold J-State responsible for that. But this whole thing about him being the savior, he the one preached that shit. He did.
So I got a question.
We just want to win football games. We just want to win football games. He the one started quoting the Bible and saying, "I'm trying to do." Nobody said we trying to see. People saying, "Okay, you can't speak a certain game," and then when people hold you accountable to what you said, it all of a sudden, well, you can't expect. Well, don't talk that. Just talk football. I'm just being honest.
Okay, so what crazy ass Negro believed that goofy shit that he could save some goddamn school? Like I got something. That's what I'm saying. Like this is why I don't even get mad. This is why I don't even get mad when politicians be running game on black folks, because it's like anybody got to say, "I'm here to save y'all." Oh my God, they come to save us! Like, come on, man! Like y'all still believing that shit?
I never heard him say about save. All I heard about was about improving the football team. Now this whole thing
that sound like saving to me. That sound like saving because if nobody was looking at that before.
He's a coach. He's supposed to want to save the football team.
And you say,
listen, that's like a white woman come to a black school. That's like a white woman coming to a black school and saying, "Hey, I'm here to help save the children." She like, "Oh shit, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm gonna just do my 1-2 year. I'm getting out."
But BMT,
come on now.
As a coach, football coach,
you just compare prime time to a white woman.
You supposed to sell.
Listen, the way y'all going at it now. Come on now, like,
hold on. But BMT, listen, hear me out, BMT. Just hear me out. As a football coach, you are supposed to preach that you're going to try to help these kids, regardless of the background they come from, whether it's on the football and off the football field. Every coach says shit like that. They all talk about making sure you go to class, make sure you study. We're trying to bring in people like grounding people to let you know what the life like. And you mean that they all speak and say shit.
Come on,
that ain't limited to Deion Sanders.
But that's like niggas going around preaching red pill logic, like that shit gonna save niggas. And you see how that shit is. Like, come on, man. Like, it's like, how old are we that niggas believing that people coming in with Messiah preaching Bible shit, that they're gonna save shit? Like, that's the crazy shit to me. Like,
but BMT, you gotta understand, when you got people in a certain position, they willing to grab onto anything that can bring hope.
Okay, so
I'm just saying, I ain't saying you should. But I'm just like, you got to put yourself in the people who in that position, they just trying to look for any opportunity for anything that somebody can do something. They
keyword.
To that.
So he used them, they used him. It was a win-win for both sides. That whoever got what they needed out of him, each other. So what's the problem?
The problem is
him.
he stayed. The problem is that he and I'm gonna let BK talk in a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is that he left too. In my opinion, this is my perspective. He left too soon, and he did not achieve. Even though he did most of the stuff, he didn't. I think he could have had a more profound effect on HBCUs and Jackson State if he would have stayed at least 1 or 2 more years. That's my position. I think he left too early. I'm not saying I could be wrong, I could be right, but that's just my opinion. Let me go to BK. What's up, BK?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, player?
Yeah, I've been listening for probably the last hour and a half, just listening.
Okay.
So I live in SWAC country. I played in the MEAC. So
okay.
So I went to Morgan State. I played.
Shout out to the MEAC.
There you go.
Shout out to the MEAC.
And I played football, and I played under an ex NFL player, Stump Mitchell, back in the 90s. And we kind of went through them. And Stump, of course, didn't have the same name and gravitas as, say, a Prime. But at the same time, when he came in, he brought that hope to us. That man, we had, we have Stump here, and he brought in Andre Waters, used to play for the Eagles. He was our DB coach. He brought in some other guys, who would come in, just like how Prime brought in different football players and people to come to practice. Same thing. Stump did the same thing. Right. And he started to change the culture. Now, with that being said, the thing that, with everyone kind of being upset with Prime leaving, I think we got to look at it this way.
Okay.
He came in and he said, he wanted to put the spotlight so that, I am an athlete, that you can come and be successful at an HBCU. But with that being said, collectively, how many people, really, really outside of Jackson State, that's like all the other schools within the SWAC and all the other conferences, how many of their alumni and people really started to go ahead and start giving to their school and say, you know what, I want to be like Jackson State. I want our football facilities to look like that. How many people within those other schools were doing the same thing?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So let's talk about that. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. But go ahead. That's a good question. We're gonna have to process that. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, because I look at it like this. He laid a roadmap. There's no more primes. We understand there's not going to be no more primes who will be able to do what he did for Jackson State. But at the same time, I know that come spring, when I look at my Facebook feed or what have you, I'm going to see friends and family or whatever, and they're going to have, oh yeah, my child just got accepted, University of Texas or American University or Michigan or whatever, but they ain't got no HBCU.
They ain't got no HBCU.
Okay, so what does that mean? So what is that supposed to mean? Like, I mean, if you have a choice, you have consumer choice where you want to go.
Right. So what I'm saying is, no matter what, we have to change the mindset of us, and we have to now take what Prime he showed us. You got to market on social media. You have to go ahead and you have to get involved. In more than just going to homecoming. You got to get involved and give a little bit of money. You may not have a lot, but if everybody got 10,000 alumni, everybody can give $100.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, even and everyone outside, because I hear more people who didn't go to HBCUs complaining. Like, well,
and that was my issue. That was my issue too. Like I that's why I wanted people that either support or have some connection or been to an HBCU. So my position is this. Mm-hmm. Now I know you only watched like an hour and a half ago, but we did kind of touch on that. My brother what's his name? Woody Mack talked about some things, conundrum. They kind of mentioned some of the stuff that you're saying. And, you know, we're not saying that the HBCUs can't be ran in a more functional way, because there are some shortcomings. I'm not denying that.
No, absolutely. So then it comes down to, let's look at what he did. And now, how can we come together as a collective and say, you know what, there's no more prime, but how can all of our coaches, how can they work together? I go to everybody's, Instagram pages or whatever, barely, a few thousand followers, as far as the football programs and things of that nature. But everybody following celebrities and video vixens and this and that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So how can we have to duplicate? He laid the ground. I think now we have to learn about, okay, what did he do, and how can us as a collective, be it, SWAC, MEAC, CIAA, so on and so forth, how can we all come together and say, you know what, it wasn't about prime. He gave us the spotlight. Now let's take that spotlight to the next level.
Now,
it is kind of about that spotlight too, though, brother, because that's the reason why the eyes were on them, because of the spotlight, because of the celebrity. So I think one thing you can do, and I'm gonna be short because I see you was about to say something, Darrell. One thing they can do, when I mentioned Randy Moss and all these other well-known celebrity type names, right? It's gonna take a school gonna have to throw a nice bag behind a well-known name or some type of celebrity name coach, right? Somebody that will be willing to coach, that might bring some more eyes to their program, that can potentially recruit. But keep in mind, as it goes for SWAC, as it goes for any non-Division I school, sports is an afterthought once you get outside of Division I, bro. Big afterthought.
Let me ask you this. So, say if they got like a Randy Moss or Ed Reed, because his name has come up, or Ray Lewis' name has come up.
Ray will get people to come watch.
Right, but what I'm saying is this: everybody was going to watch JSU.
Right.
They weren't going to see Mississippi Valley State.
Yeah, but those teams
they want to see prime time. That's what they want to see.
Right, yeah, but go to prime time.
Well, hold on, guys. Wait a minute, man. We now we kind of jumping the gun a little. Like, come
on. No, they wanted to see prime time.
And of course they did, but that's how it starts. I mean, you can't expect miracles overnight. Like, damn,
tell that to the Negroes. That's what they wanted.
Wait a minute.
When Jackie Robinson went into the MLB, they wanted to see him first, right?
Like, you got to start. Okay, of course it starts with prime time, but let's understand. The other schools in the SWAC got their name noticed and got their schools noticed also. Playing J-State, their eyes they're looking at these schools. Like I talked about earlier. Like, remember somebody said something about the MEAC and the CIAA, the SWAC, all these black colleges, conferences. To me, when we talk about the money, right? It's about the TV contracts. Mm-hmm. If you can get better TV contracts, well, you got contracts with ESPN, Fox, or whoever else. That to me is the biggest revenue of income that can allow you to recruit better and get better facilities. They don't have good TV contracts, which like the SEC, the ACC, they have enormous TV contracts.
But you got to pay to play, bro. Come on now, D. You got to pay to play.
I know you got to pay to play, but you got to start from somewhere. I mean, we can't be making these big ass leapfrog miracles. We gotta crawl before we walk. I mean,
well, okay, and that's what Deion fucked up. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna get y'all to play DS1." They're like, "Hold the hell up, like, nigga, do you even have the money for a commercial? Like, hold on, nigga, like, chill out."
Yeah, but he wasn't long. He didn't stay there long enough for those things could have happened. He could have stayed another 2 years, a year or two. Some of those things could have happened. He didn't.
I'll tell you what.
And that's my issue.
Okay, could the school had offered him a competitive contract that Colorado had offered?
No,
they probably could.
No.
Well,
but
guess what? Why are we having this conversation? There we go.
Hold on, come on, man. See, now beating up
Let's
BMT.
no. Let's not do that.
BMT. So now you're trying to act like the SWAC is on the same footing as the pack. Stop, BMT. Come on, man.
Come on, man. I gotta feed my family at the end of the night. Come on now. I gotta feed my family.
Hold on.
D-Darrell.
What? Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is comparable to the WNBA NBA situation, right? I think everybody. I don't even gotta say no more. I think everybody just understands
HBCUs like that, but oh well.
Hey, people will watch. People will watch Florida State. People will watch. You know what I mean? Miami because of the name, and then they got the cachet behind it. Is anybody going to go watch Southern University play football like that to where it's profitable?
Fuck no. I ain't watching that.
Yes, hold on. Let me say that. Yes, they will if the school can basically get the exposure and get the players. They will watch.
That goes back to what I said because they wasn't here for that conversation, D-Darrell, because me and you, we had it. Remember, I said it.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah.
Remember, we had it.
That was the earlier conversation.
Yeah, right. So let's fill them in again. What I said to that, the only way that works is everything that D-Darrell recommended, Deion would have to stay. Because if they leave infrastructure, for continued success,
but I'm asking you. But see, y'all asking this man to take a pay cut, like he has to just. So then pay the man. Pay him.
Well, hold on. But hold on, BMT, because I talked about.
Here we go. We don't want to pay him.
No, I didn't say that.
And BMT, they can't pay him because nobody's showing up enough to. The endorsement money. That is basically relying on the endorsement money now because people were tuning in on TV. But still, you got to get them ticket sales and all these other good things that people actually watch on TV. So people actually got to watch.
It's a TV
contract, bro. When I watch, like I told you, I watched the game. I watched because it's prime. But then when I watched it, I'm like, the game is trash. This shit trash. Because y'all are beating. You got good players on JSU, and the team they beating up on can't compare because they overmatched.
Exactly. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. That's fair, Woody. I hear you on that. Like me, you've had plenty of conversation on these kind of things. Shout out to you, BK. Like we've had. Listen, man. Yeah. Y'all, we always want good quality, professional, and black folks and people to do good shit. But then when it's time for us to say, hey, listen, bro, this is my bill. Whoa, hold up, bro. We black folks. We don't listen. You got to work with us. No, nigga. Fuck, I got tuition too, nigga. The fuck?
Wait a minute, BMT.
No, pay me. No, stop. No, D-Darrell, me and you are both professionals too. And the other professional, no, nigga, don't shortchange us, man. You pay anybody else that shit. Pay me my shit too, bro. I'm doing my part, so you do your part. I fix your water.
Okay.
It's all coming.
Be real, man.
Like, I hope you know what's crazy. One thing about the HBCU that's more valuable than that $5 million that Deion had there was the patience. He's not going to have that same patience with this.
And the power and control that he had at J-State.
It's like y'all expect. It's like, yo, bro, BMT. It's like you expect this big change in that small little 3 years.
I did. Actually, I did it. I didn't expect no big change.
So all right. So at the end of the day, it takes time. What you think would have happened once that line would have got built up, and then they would have got to a point where Deion, like, you know what, I can't take no more recruits. You know what's going to happen? It's going to be another 5-star player. Like, you know what? I'm better than Jackson State. I'm going here. I'm going to play against them. You know why?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Southern. I'm going to go to
right.
Let me ask you a question.
It was going to build eventually. Trust me. It was
okay. Are y'all going off of y'all know or hypothetically?
That means Deion would have had to stay for that to work.
He had to stay.
Okay. Hey, cut the check.
And I agree with what BNT just said, D-Darrell. And if you're seeing after year 2, year 3, we're seeing the progress, we're seeing the money coming in. The school, I'm using the school as an example when I say we. If they're seeing the progress, they're seeing the change, they're seeing success, and they're also seeing the revenue. Y'all could have, the only thing that I could have seen they could have done to show good faith is come to Deion like, hey, Deion, look, this is the money we've been making, right? We can increase your pay. We're showing you our books. We can
well,
afford
you know
to
they
give
ain't
you
gonna
this
do
much
that.
more.
You know they
We
weren't
got-
gonna do that.
Okay. Now,
But that's the only way you can show them the face.
But BMT, I proposed that the SWAC should have paid Deion.
Ooh, you better not let them hear you say that. They might
not for true though. But if they want to be, because
I agree with that.
I'm looking at the economic effect that Deion had on the SWAC. Deion, to me, in my opinion, he had a $20 to $30 million plus effect on the SWAC. Okay, I'm talking about all teams. So I feel like the SWAC could have put together a situation where they paid him maybe a $1.5 to $2 million more than what he was already getting paid.
Okay.
So and to me, that should have been compared. I mean, I know it's not $5 million,
but it would at least it would have helped out. It would have helped out.
Yeah, that to
okay,
me.
Now we talking business.
Yeah, okay. That's what I feel like they could have did.
Now we talking. Okay, so there we go. Now we come into a meeting of the minds. I'm like this. You want quality, you're going to pay for quality. You want El Cheapo sauce? Well, guess what? I gave you that for free. No, man, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, listen, man, and we all were professionals, and we were arguing, like, and then all of a sudden y'all say, hey, why my contract, we only get 1.5? We all professionals. We went in, we doing different shit. Well, this is all we get. And then another program come up and say, hey, we can do y'all better. Bro, I can't get mad if we all start jumping ship. I'm sorry, like, this is the way of the world. Like, I get it. Like, everybody talks that good old Kambawa Black Power shit, but nigga, put that power in that dollar and put it behind me. You put it in every other motherfucking thing, so you can't put it into me? Like, no, nigga. I don't want to hear no jack shit. Just pay me my fucking check. Now, if you don't pay me that shit, I'll give you the goddamn prime time treatment. If not that, hey, 2 years, baby. You got 2 years. You didn't hardly pay that much. You didn't pay what you supposed to pay.
2 years ain't enough time because to build
guess what? Go get that money for more time.
Yeah, 2 years.
Hey, yo, BNT, imagine how long you think it take them to build a brand new stadium if they would have did that, right? You need about a whole year and a half to build a brand new stadium. And on top of that, a brand new stadium costs you about, let's say on the low end, what, 300 million to 500 million?
Well,
good stadium.
Go hit up Brett Favre. Go hit up Brett Favre.
Goddamn money from Mississippi. Shit.
Go hit up Brett Favre. He got that money.
The president at J State promised to make $129 million investment in the program. He did that.
That could have got you
so many
weight
years.
room.
So they was making a J State was making an effort, but shit, you can't expect all this at the fucking snap of a finger. I mean, this shit had to gradually happen. He made $129 million investment. He promised them they would do it.
Investment. He putting that into that man's purse. That man's purse.
You know why he did that, D. Darrell? Because they saw the success. The money was coming in. They probably made that over the time their prime was there, and that's why he was willing to do it.
Right, but see, here's the thing about it, Woody. If you are a hot DJ and we making money at the studio, but now your paycheck is still the same, but we making more money. And then after that, one day you're gonna say, hey, y'all making a lot more money, and y'all know niggas, y'all only bringing usually 100 people into y'all games. I brought y'all 300 people. Where's my money? Well, you don't worry about that. This is your contract. No. I brought you more shit. You can't outlook that. So pay me. Stop playing games with me, nigga. Nobody was watching no JSU like that. Y'all weren't watching that shit.
Yeah, but they were watching them now, though.
Okay, then pay me now. Pay me now.
Come on, man.
My cash app work.
Hold you. You ain't want to watch that. If you did watch it, when you see
it, to be honest with you, I did watch the game. It was boring. I did watch the game. It was boring as fuck.
You know why you didn't watch when you did watch? Wow. You realize why you wasn't watching.
My daddy had the remote control. He lived in Mississippi. So you can't hustle because even some of the people that were there say, hey, y'all should just pay the man. But they didn't want to give them. Some people get greedy, man, and they don't want to pay people fair what they do. I don't like that shit.
But BMT, you act like you don't know the finances. You know HBCUs are on a way lower budget. Come on, man. Come on, BMT.
The average salary in Jackson is $19,000 a year.
I asked y'all, was they able to up the salary while the contract was still going? Do you think that
they could have renegotiated?
They could have renegotiated it. They could have renegotiated it. They could have. They could have. They had a time.
I would have gave him a little bit more time. Once that contract is up, all right, what we doing now, y'all? And then plus, not only that, once that contract is over, he would have got more money from the white school. Trust me.
Exactly. So you brought up a good point, bro. Y'all, people know when people's contracts are about to end. Usually by then, them people usually will either knock on your door. Hey, bro, we know we've been paying this much. We made about this amount of revenue in 2 years. Bro, we're going to give you this with an add-on bonus if you just stay with us, bro. Stay with us. I promise you, you'll get that check, too.
You think they was being that honest about
that stadium? Okay, nigga, fuck y'all. I'm going to Colorado. You can't play these games. Like, we know this how this works in business, man.
No.
That's
business. You think they were being that honest with Deion about what type of money they was getting in, though?
Yeah.
No.
Deion knew the money.
How many HBCUs got their financial scams done come up in the news and shit? You think them niggas gonna start telling?
That ain't just it's HBCU.
We dealing with the HBCU. I get it. It's not just the HBCUs, but this is what he agreed. Shooting his mouth off that he didn't know what he got into. This is what he agreed. He shot his mouth off like an idiot. He got himself into something bigger than what he thought he could handle. Just like any black folks say, I can fix the schools. I can fix your politics. I can fix your goddamn neighborhood. And what happened? They get it. Oh shit.
Hey yo, that's like
what the fuck I thought I got into.
That's like a brother coming to mayor of Baltimore and talking about he about to eliminate crime.
Uh-oh.
Now there's gonna be one or two things gonna happen. It's gonna be a lot of niggas in jail, or you gonna be lying like hell.
Man, so no matter what, they're gonna hate you. No matter what, Woody Mac, they're gonna hate you. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. So shit.
Nah, I don't think it's that, bro. I don't think it's damn you do, damn you don't. I think a lot of people don't get it. But whether you're a black man, white man, yellow man, when it comes to your word, it's all about your integrity. And when you don't stick to your word, you can't blame us for getting mad that he didn't stick to his word. We ain't asked him to come in there and say all of that. Jesus called me here. I ain't never leaving. I am swag. He said that.
That's true.
He said
that's true,
shit.
but
so how are people mad that we are trying to hold them accountable?
Because hold on, the thing about it is, see, here's the thing about it. It's no secret. Nobody gets mad when a politician come into a black church preaching Jesus to y'all, and then this man was sent by God. Really, this nigga was sent by God. This politician that's a paid liar, but they do it. Everybody knows the playbook. Everybody knows the playbook. Mention Jesus. Say I love single mothers, and black babies are being terrorized. And you're going to get a job. I'm sorry. That's how you get a job with black folks. All you got to say is you give a fuck about Negroes, knowing damn well nobody give a shit. All time they give a shit about us is when we dead or we making money. So guess what? He told the making the money part, I care about you black boys. I'm going to fix your goddamn Mississippi. You know damn well. He was like, well, I'm not. Who going to contest me?
You got to understand, though, man, to a certain extent.
Go ahead, brother.
To a certain extent, he gave them the blueprint to make more money than what they're doing now.
That's facts.
The problem was he gave them the blueprint, expected them to keep it going. They wanted him to do all the leg work, fight all the battles, and he still got to deal with his football team. And you underpaying everybody on the coaching staff. Why would that man have a reason to keep staying there? They already stole from him and his family while he was there. You got the man taking a bath in a swimming pool because you can't get your water problem fixed. Come on now.
Wait a minute, but that's the city problem. That ain't the university problem.
That's part of them.
That's a school. That's the school. They could afford it. Hey, listen, if they want to get him a dorm for him to go stay in, to go freshen up and get ready, and then come right back, they could have done that. They could have said, hey, shit, take one of our dorm rooms and use it. No, go swim, go wash off in the swimming pool, Negro. Get in there. Come on, man.
You got to look at the fact, too. Take a look at the Southland Conference. Southland Conference in the same division, the division of football as the SWAC. Look how much money them people are pumping into their schools.
Yeah, those white schools though.
But they on the same. But what I'm saying, they on the same level.
Yeah, they got white money. They got white
same stage. But we have prime time.
No, Southern is backed by LSU.
Oh well, guess what? We got prime time.
No. Southern
Yes, they
ain't
are.
backed by LSU.
Yes, they are.
That's my alma mater.
Yeah.
LSU has not been in their back. Now what LSU?
Yes, they have. Because LSU, hold on now.
Go ahead.
It was LSU that stopped Bobby Jindal from trying to close the doors on the black colleges in Louisiana.
I'm gonna need us to call
LSU.
But hold on. That's a debate. Now that's a debate for a whole other because I can.
Ooh,
I
want that debate.
Then hold on now. Since you say that's your alma mater, didn't you?
Hold on.
See, I live in Baton Rouge.
Wait a minute.
I live in Baton Rouge, right there by the campus. Remember a few years ago?
I was in Baker.
I live right there in Glen
LSU was fun in the school, huh?
Hold on now. Remember a few years ago, Southern had that big scandal about money coming up missing.
Oh shit!
Every time they get a grant.
Wait, hold on, slow.
I knew
Wait a minute, stop the goddamn press. Hold on, wait a minute. Before we get into Southern ass, let's put this into perspective. Southern University having financial aid issues and scam that has always happened in multiple schools, not just Southern, but other HBCUs.
No, I'm just saying it just as an example.
Yeah,
they having the same problem as Jackson State. Remember, Prime said it himself. He looked out into the stadium one game. The stadium is packed. He went to the box office and asked them, "How much did we draw from the box office?" The stadium seats 70,000. They told him, "We only made money off of 30,000." But he said the stands are packed. So what other $40,000 worth of tickets go?
Yeah, they gave free tickets.
Because they probably nobody still was showing up to watch. That's why it goes back to my point.
Jackson is.
But hold on, wait a minute. We gotta get back to this. Hold on, wait. No, we gonna pick because we ain't about to trash my school. Hold on, let me say this. We talking about this LSU shit.
It's okay, Dieter.
No.
You gonna be all right, man.
I know all about this because I've been there. I know the.
You got Clem hit off about his name.
First of all, LSU ain't gonna give shit. The only thing LSU has done, like say for instance, they had a money game that they played this year. Southern got about 760, 780 from that game. Okay. We do play them in baseball and other sports and in foot and basketball where we get a good share of the receipts from the games. That's the only thing LSU, as far as LSU actively lending a hand outside of cross registration, where you can cross register from Southern to LSU, take classes and do little stuff like that. That's the only means in which LSU and Southern is connected. Everything else is separate. LSU money and Southern money never mixed and never.
I ain't never say that money was together.
Well, so but that's what you alluded
to. White man, please fund me.
Come on, man. and
you gotta understand, man. You gotta understand. Southern made what, $750,000 off that game? And look how many years it took for them to get that together.
No, but hold on. But first of all, we could have been had those money games with LSU.
Yeah, but it wasn't Southern that didn't want to play. It was the ADs at LSU before Boy came there.
Yeah,
the guy that's there now that wouldn't put it together.
Yeah, but see what you don't look at is that's up to the ADs. But we can't make LSU play us, especially when they competing for a national championship and they can play another 1A school that they can beat, and they trying to get in the playoffs and stuff because that bring down your strength of schedule when you play a 1AA school. I mean, I get it, but let's not act like LSU. Yes, Southern has done some things. When I was in school, towards the end of my senior year, there was a financial scam. I actually knew a guy that went to prison that was in a financial aid scam. That was all. These things happen. So let's not act like, oh, well, the black colleges, they stealing the money, they misusing. This shit happen everywhere. Let's not pretend that. Now,
I didn't say that it didn't go on up.
Yeah,
elsewhere.
but
to the level that which black colleges do it is outrageous.
Yeah.
What level? The level is what? What level?
Deion Sanders.
Come on, man. Y'all tripping. Okay. So
because you graduated from HBCU, you still got blinders on to some of the stuff that goes on behind doors.
I know
your AD,
what they do.
Your president.
No.
Most of your boosters. Hold on.
Oh Lord!
Look what happened. Look what happened with the scandal with the high school over there.
Don't join no fraternity or sorority. They definitely got your ass.
Yeah, look what happened with the high schools, the Southern Labs. They found out. They found out. Yeah, they was dividing money over there.
Wait a minute.
That money wasn't going to the school like it was supposed to.
Man, the Southern Lab stuff, man, that's 20 years ago.
No, it wasn't. You know it wasn't, because you know why I know? Because I used to go over there and play AAU basketball, coach AAU basketball over there against some of those coaches.
I know the
Tell the truth, old school. What happened? What happened, old school?
Basically, what happened was they found out that they was paying kids to come there and play ball that wasn't even in the school.
They was no, that's not true. No.
Why you think? Why you think when Marcus Randall was over there? When Marcus Randall was over there, he got that 1 year suspension, even though he wasn't a part of what happened.
No, listen.
It all came out when he became the coach.
So you trying to tell me other schools wasn't doing the same? You telling me Parkview?
No, what I'm saying is they was the ones that got caught.
No,
I ain't saying there wasn't other schools doing it. They was the ones that got caught.
You telling me Parkview Baptist didn't recruit? You telling me Redemptors didn't?
No, what I'm saying is it wasn't about recruiting. You had kids playing on that field that wasn't even registered in the school.
God damn, grown ass kids, grown ass men.
Wait a minute.
Lord,
so you trying to say they didn't happen at other schools? Is that what you trying to say?
No, I ain't saying they didn't have no schools. I'm saying they got caught. You talking about the scandal, right? You talking about scandal.
We got to look at the black school.
What I'm saying is that you see, this is the problem when people point these isolated events. They only want to point out the shit when it happened to black schools, as if this shit don't happen to other schools, and they do the same shit. They've had schools that got shut down. What about Carlos Temple School and shit, Louisiana school, whatever that school he had? He had gotten involved in some shit. So let's not act like these schools, they doing this, they miss. Man,
boy, he defending the hell out of Southern, man.
You damn right I'm gonna defend my school because you know I'm telling the truth.
Listen, Deion will defend the HBCU to his last dying breath. I respect my brother. I love him. I know he will. He has to. That's his blood line.
Oh yeah, I like railing him up. I see how he just rocking back and forth in that chair.
So Liz, you in Scotlandville, right?
Nah, Glen Oaks.
Oh, you in Glen? Okay, you in Glen Oaks. Okay, so
but that's where I live at. Right now, I'm in Ohio right now.
Hold on. You gonna sit there and talk about Glen Oaks, but you ain't gonna talk about the scandal with Lester Earl. You ain't gonna talk about Lester Earl shit, huh? See there?
Lester Earl. Oh yeah, man. I know Lester Earl, man. I went to school with his brother. Man, I already know how crooked them fools is.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. But you want to come talk about Southern, but you don't want to talk about Lester Earl and
This ain't about that. We talking about the black group.
No. Because see this is what I'm talking about. So why you want to bring up Lester Earl and put LSU in probation?
But that's basketball, man. We talking about football.
We talking about sports.
We talking about football.
No, we talking about sports.
If you want to go a little further, what about Scotlandville? What's his name from Scotlandville? They got that coach fired from LSU.
Deion, you made it out. Go to the white man.
Man, it's so much. We can go back and forth on that because they all do shit.
Now, to be fair, just asking Deutero.
Right.
Do you think the HBCUs should have backed up Deion Sanders more better, or they did all they could do?
Yes, I agree with that. I think that the minute they start seeing the new sponsor, this is when it came to the stuff about the gate, the TV deals and the sponsorships, they should have figured out something to give Deion a percentage of that. Like I said, the swag should have paid Deion an extra $1.5 to $2 million. That's what I think. I think the swag should have gave that to him because Deion had,
and he still would have left.
Where he could.
We don't know. We don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. Here's the thing about it. So, right now, I'm gonna go off of what you're saying, bro. Let's say he actually started doing what he was for the HBCU, and the other HBCUs noticed that. They would have said, they could have came up and said, "Hey, listen, Deion, if we can keep you on the same type of path trajectory, you think you could talk to some of your Hall of Famer buddies and let's start working some deal. We'll sponsor and pay y'all, but the HBCU money, they could put their money together because that would have been their own program to get Hall of Famers. You understand what I'm saying? Woody, let me know if I'm wrong. BK, y'all let me know if I'm wrong. But the HBCUs could have came together and say, hey, we got prime time. Let's get Randy and different other old school guys to come here and start getting this shit together. Y'all telling me they couldn't put their money together with all these HBCUs to get that shit working? Come on, man. Stop.
Yeah,
them dudes would have came. Them dudes would have came for that shit.
We just ain't have enough time, man. 3 years is not enough time.
No, they wanted the whole. They wanted prime time to do the work. They didn't want to pay prime time.
Thank you. They wanted him to do all the leg work while they reap the benefits. That's all they wanted him to do.
Year 3, I should start seeing.
Case in point, why Alabama got so mad with it, mother? What's that coach from Alabama State?
Saban.
Why he got so mad with it?
Come on, Eddie
Robinson.
Eddie Robinson Jr.
Here it is. He's bringing in sponsors for the SWAC. That benefits all y'all. What are you getting mad for? It ain't like Prime blew you out. You only lost by 10 points, and he was still pissed off. Come on now. Or was he mad about the fact that Prime exposed them for going out there to California to play UCLA for $300,000 when it cost you more to ship your team, your band, and everybody else over there than what they paid you?
They were giving him some pretty horrible situations for him to deal
with. That is bad business.
Thank you. That's what he was really mad about.
So, he spent a lot of time in front of them cameras calling out a lot of shit. And I'm like, damn, other coaches don't be doing that.
Somebody had to though.
Yeah,
somebody had to. Because basically what he was telling them is, why go that far to go play somebody and you're not gonna be properly compensated for it?
So if that's the case,
Southern got paid damn near close to $1 million to walk down the damn street.
Now,
right?
If that's the case,
you flew halfway across the country.
Now, if that's the case, see, now here's the problem. If things like that keep coming to the forefront, I would have grabbed D. Durrell and Woody Mack and BK and all of you guys and say, hey, hold on. Listen, I get you. You keep telling our dirty secrets. Let's talk about this and start fixing this shit. Well, okay, let's talk. Y'all make it seem like Deion don't know how to do deals. Like, the man knows how to do business, but he keeps calling y'all out. But he's like, yo, I'm not going to handle this shit behind closed doors.
Can't do
I'm going to keep bringing it up.
All the deals for every school.
Right. That's
negotiating the terms of playing games. That's on each one of the schools. He was just letting the man know. Ain't no way in hell I done flew halfway across the country to get my head kicked in for that cheap amount of money. You took a loss on that. Financially and on the field.
But see, what we speaking about, if Deion would have stayed, there would have been a culture change for the SWAC.
If I would,
but he would have stayed.
Would have survived. If Deion would have survived. No, survived.
That's one thing I can agree with you on. If he'd have stayed, you can tell the difference when the SWAC was starting to improve.
Yes.
Because other schools were starting to try to step their game up to keep up with Jackson State.
Fact.
All he was doing was
emulate what Jackson State did.
Yeah, all he was doing just bringing it to the forefront of what you need to change. Like he pointed out, A&M played Appalachian State. They paid that school $1.5 million to come to Texas.
Right.
If they're gonna pay that kind of money, why should I sit there and take my kids around there to go get beat up for a couple $100,000?
So hey,
he was letting them know.
So Les, you just said that they would step their game up to stay on pace with Jackson State. So okay, Prime is gone. So why are you going to still stay in your same place and not still try to get your game to a next level?
Why? Because you got people in administration who don't like change,
who don't understand business.
Thank you. They just want to keep everything the same. Keep their money rolling.
But it's not BK. It's not guaranteed to pay off immediately. One, it's not guaranteed to pay off immediately.
Thank you for being honest, Woody, man.
Guaranteed to pay off in the future. And three, like anybody said, it's not a guarantee of replicating
revenue.
Woody Mac, I work in the IT space, so I see things change every day.
No, but we talking about sports.
Listen to what I'm going to say before you have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. What I'm saying is we live in a world where things are changing expeditiously. Boom, boom, boom. You have to get people who have minds, who think out the damn box and say, you know what? We can't do what we did 10 years ago. We can't even do what we did a year ago. We got to change now. You got to get some young minds in there. You got to get people who think out the box. And then ultimately, you got to get the people who went to these damn schools to start to give back. You know, it's too much complaining when no one's doing anything. Who went to the schools?
I got some agreement with you.
You go to the games when Jackson State is there, but when you ain't playing Jackson State, the stadium empty.
Right. I got some agreement with you. Got BNT just to respond to him what he said, because believe it or not, I agree with you. And you know what Jackson State did? They did exactly what you just said, because Deion, for the most part, has no coaching experience or no coaching credentials. Exactly. That was an outside the box thinking, right? Exactly. But he has cachet. And the only way, again, I was repeating from earlier, it's even repeatable to some extent. I think on that type of level is now you need a name that people recognize that will potentially get people to show up. Because at the end of the day, one, either they need to start seeing the money coming in eventually. Either they need to start seeing the money or they need to start seeing the success where they can envision the money coming.
Right.
I can also add to that.
Getting eyes on your program.
When Deion started going to these networks, the commissioner should have been there right with him in case Deion did do what he did. He wasn't there. That's not Deion's job to help get you a TV deal. That's your job.
Right.
That's more revenue for your company.
That's the AD. The AD and the president.
No, that's the commissioner. The
SWAC commissioner. Yeah, the SWAC.
Yeah, that's his job.
Right. Now, the thing about it is what you're saying, and this is why I came on the way I did. Man, everybody thought, oh, Deion. Like, no, man. Like, listen, bro. Like, it's like you're doing a handoff. If I'm showing y'all or opening up my book to my people I can introduce you to, it's up to y'all on this panel to take the note to say, okay, we see how BMT's doing it. How can we make it easier for us to help him? So we got to start keeping it going, because you can only run at full speed for so long. So we got to start coming up with other auxiliary powers to keep him going. Or say, hey, bro, you did what you could. Your name carried us, but so far, let's try. But that's what I said. They used Deion used them. Deion didn't have no coaching experience. Guess what? Y'all use Deion's name. I don't see there should be no complaining from that college, because y'all both got two things out of each other. Now, when it comes to that, if you wanted it to be long-term, guess what? You should have been learning the process and being your ass in there like, hey, so let's start paying for some more airtime and let's start getting out some different types of programs. Niggas weren't doing that. They were banking it all on that one man, and that's a problem. We put everything on one person, and that shit's a lot overbearing, and you got to deal with the staff, your team, as well as making sure that, hey, my boys have food, proper bedding and shit. This is stuff he had to deal with. He's like, wait a second. This is supposed to be y'all job. Why am I doing it? Well, guess what? You're the coach. No, nigga. What the fuck were y'all doing all this other time? How the fuck were these boys washing off or getting proper treatment? That's not something the head coach should be looking at. That's when you have a staff. But guess what? When you got incompetency, you're literally, it's a self-feeding thing. It's like you bringing one of the best doctors to one of the worst hospitals and saying, okay, make it work. Now this nigga got to learn, got to teach everybody to get to like the subpar standard. And I'm not shitting down on HBCUs, but shit, when people take things for granted, but they want quality, you got to pay for quality.
Man, if y'all want miracles, man. Y'all want miracles.
Well, no, that's not a miracle.
Well, there ain't no miracles, man. That falls back to the commissioner.
3 years.
That's not a miracle. Wait, what did I say that was a miracle of saying, hey, can y'all up y'all standard? If saying black people need to have a standard is a miracle, then goddamn, we way more fucked than we thought we were.
That takes time. It takes planning.
God damn, we always fucking.
No, I'm just being honest.
It ain't about time. It's
bureaucracy. There's a lot of bureaucracy that goes on. I mean, that's politics. That's just a fact. You just can't snap a finger. We're gonna just make this.
Hold on now. For the sponsors and TV deals and stuff like that,
takes time.
There's no bureaucracy to go through that.
What?
Well,
that commissioner should have been right there with Deion when he was talking with them people.
Y'all put too much on prime time then. Y'all put too much on that man.
He should have been right there with Prime when Prime was talking to them people. He should have been right there paying attention to what's going on. He should have been right there with his ears wide open, listening.
I'm with y'all on the money part of it because it is capital. We live in a capitalistic society. I think that the SWAC Miss and J State should have gave him a better package for him and the assistants. But all this other extra stuff, to me, I'm like, come on, man, like this shit takes time. There's a lot of processes and avenues and channels you got to go through to do this stuff, man. And then we holding Deion accountable for stuff that's with the state of Texas and Mississippi. I mean, the state of Mississippi and Jackson, the city of Jackson. That he has nothing to do with some of this stuff. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, we just can't say, oh well, everything happened is just because the school just didn't do it, or the school didn't do this, the school didn't do that. No, some of this stuff was outside of their hands. The water thing, the crime, the stuff with crime and all of the other stuff that go on in the city, that ain't Jackson State. That's the city of Jackson. I'm just being honest. But guys, I gotta go ahead and end this live.
This was a really good show.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a show, man. I'm gonna do a recap of this. I really think, man, we're gonna follow this, man. We're gonna do some more content on this to just follow how this gonna what's gonna be the evolution of this Deion story. I think we need to definitely follow up and have some dope discussions about, because right now I've already seen something where Travis Hunter already in the portal. He leaving. He gone. Travis Porter gone.
Well, Deion he already talked to the Colorado team and told him he's got a quarterback coming, and he's got at least 11 other players coming with him.
Yeah.
The great white way.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a part 2 on this. Go ahead, Big T.
Would y'all be mad? Now, I want y'all to understand this now. Keep that same energy when y'all see Bronny and all LeBron's kids, D-Wade, and all them NBA players. Watch where their kids go to school at. They ain't going to no damn HBCUs.
No.
I don't see nobody.
Shaq's son going to TSU.
Man, that's just Shaq's son. We don't give a shit with that little Negro. We talking about where we watching Bronny, bro. Everybody watching where that boy gonna go. Okay. We gonna watch we want to know where Bronny going. That's LeBron's goddamn prodigy. We want to know where that little Negro going.
He'll probably end up over there at Duke somewhere.
That Negro going somewhere.
But LeBron, let's just say if somebody like Dwayne Wade or somebody like that was coaching at an HBCU, you wouldn't think Bronny wouldn't think about going to
that would help. That would help.
See, that's what I'm saying. That would help.
He ain't going there. He ain't going there.
Guess what? You gotta pay D-Wade. You gotta pay D-Wade to come.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay him, but you can't expect. Look, man. Again, limited income, limited resources. You got to start somewhere before you build your way up. You just can't expect overnight you paying somebody $3, $4, $5 million. That shit just ain't going. That shit ain't even real.
Why you keep saying we broke?
The SWAC ain't broke, but they ain't got that kind of money, man.
How much you want to bet me?
I mean,
2 years from now they're gonna revert back to when Prime got there.
It all depends on it all depends on who the next coach is. If they can get a big name or somebody that's on the verge.
I ain't talking about Jackson State. I'm talking about SWAC as a whole.
I don't think they're gonna revert back because they see the money, and I really think that's gonna change how they look at doing business. I
better go get Dennis Rodman. I better go.
But guys, look, I'm gonna go ahead and do last words. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start with my boy Black Thanos, and then I'm gonna go down and down the list. Go ahead, Black Thanos.
I just want to say it's been a pleasure building with all you brothers. I'm still gonna hold Deion accountable because you just can't come in promising pancakes and do something totally different and give people burnt toast and broken dreams. Right. He put on that messianic jacket of I'm here to do this, do that. He knew that place was flat broke when he stepped foot on it. This is Jackson, Mississippi, where the average salary is $19,000 a year there. So, I'm not gonna play no violins with somebody who's made over $100 million in football and baseball, and endorsement deals with Nike, Pizza Hut, reality shows, hip hop records, etc., etc., etc. He wanted to dress himself like some noble savior. Ran as soon as somebody waved some money in front of him. And now some of these kids who may not be 4-star or 5-star recruits, who are genuinely interested in going to historically black college, say, well, damn, if he don't stick around, why should I attend one? I'm going for the bag too, like Deion has always had for his entire career, from the 49ers to the Cowboys to the Falcons to the Ravens to the Redskins, from the Yankees to the Braves, the Cincinnati Reds. He's always chased the dollar. And a leopard doesn't change his spot, as they say. So, and lastly, I'll say this. I think part of the reason why, unfortunately, historically black colleges aren't as attractive to our young men or women in terms of athletics is because the big schools, the PWIs, they cover black athletic accounts, not intellectual things. In the beginning, when things were still segregated, they didn't want our presence around them anyway. But being that you can make money off of black athleticism, then it became more necessary. And it's basically big business, like the book of $40 Million Slaves told us years ago. So they will always get the big name black athletes because they are an asset. That's cash, that's money, that's revenue, that's network build. As far as that brother and sister who might be really intellectually gifted or really have a plan to do something with their life and get back to their community, you're going to see them maybe at Howard or Spelman or Morehouse, Tuskegee, and some of these other places. So that's the original reason for the disparity, why these schools aren't attractive, because too many of us are drawn to athletics because we see the bag attached to it. And Deion, whether he wants to admit it or not, is a perpetrator of that mindset as soon as he came in the league. Must be about the money, the gold chains, the Louis bag, rolling up to the draft in the Benz. Never mind how he got it, but that's his business. He told us what he's about, and he's still the same slick talking, Creflo Dollar, Pico Malley, hustler ass nigga that he's ever been.
All right, all right, man.
Man.
All right, appreciate it.
Tell him why you mad.
There's a whole lot of hate in that man, boy.
I'm about to say, God damn.
All right, man. Let's go to Liz. What's up, Liz? Last words.
Man, all I'm gonna say is Deion came there, he did what he could, did what he needed to do. He got his payday. He's moving on to something better. As far as it go with Jackson, you had your little time in the sun. Now it's up to you to keep it going. Quit crying about what that man did. All he did was pull a Lane Kiffin on y'all. Fed you a bunch of dreams, and then when the payday come, he hauled ass. So quit crying about it. He ain't the only coach to do it. And that's it out of me.
All right, player. All right, let's go with BMT.
All right, I know he getting us all out of here. All right, let's go. Listen, man, y'all, we put too much on people, on one-man armies to fix generational things, man. We got to stop doing that. It takes a group effort. It don't matter how much money they got. It don't matter how much resources. It's an accumulated effort, because when that person falls or leaves or stops or gets sick, guess what? If you didn't copy the practice or on how they're successful, you're going right back to the bad behavior. So we see this a lot with schools, programs, states, counties, and different things in the black community around blacks. Listen, if we want competency, we want excellence, you got to pay to play and keep that kind of stuff. We'll pay for all the foolishness to stay. We won't pay for the quality things to fight to keep them around. And that's the thing about it, why we be losing the best of the best when it comes to athletes, actors, doctors, professionals, all around. You have to pay for quality. Yeah, it's going to hurt your pocket, but it's an investment. When that investment starts to actually start putting in the work, like Deion Sanders was doing for y'all, you got to meet that standard. And see, that's the thing about it where blacks we fuck up at, is when it's time to raise the standard, You seem like we're asking people to walk on broken glass on something that we need to be doing naturally. You can't say we make black excellence, but you don't want to pay for excellence. That's hypocrisy. And so Deion kept bringing up a lot of things that were wrong. And people felt uncomfortable because that was touching their wallet of their indecencies behind closed doors. Now, black people, were y'all going to invest in HBCUs because of prime time or because you wanted a black experience to build on? That's a difference. So if you was only doing it because of the man, you never gave a shit about what was going on with blacks in our experience. If you was doing it, say, hey, I want it for prime time, just say that. But getting mad because a man, he did what he could and he left on, y'all should just say, thank you for teaching us. Let's build off of this. So that way, prime time, whether they there or not, y'all already know the recipe. You already know what you got to do. That's what I'm saying, man. People looking at it, that's what I'm saying. People be too hard on these people like Omar, Deion, different people. When they're like, yo, once you learn the recipe and the shit, it doesn't matter who does it. You already know how to keep it excellent and keep it going. That's all I gotta say, bro. Thank you for having me. If you want me to come back, bro, just let me know, bro.
We're gonna do a part 2.
You know, I'll definitely, listen, you already know my stand. I'll definitely be over all the smoke, bro. I'm scared, bro.
We'll do a part 2. Man. All right, we're gonna end it off with my boy Wody. What is it? Wody? Yeah, Wody Mag, man. You definitely gave some good ass definitely love your stance. You gave some good commentary. What you gonna lead us off with what? End it off.
All right, my brother. So yeah, as I sit here and I was contemplating everything, the words that he was using to describe Deion's behavior, character, whatnot. We've said sellout. He's been the term also has been attributed to him opportunist, right? I've even used the word, and I've even used the word myself, quitter, right? But all these things that we may be me attributing to Deion for what he's done here. If we look at what Deion's done through his career and his choice of words, his behavior, his swag and everything, I think one word that can be attributed to Deion is an elitist. And that word, according to Collins English Dictionary and American Heritage Dictionary of the English language, defines an elitist as a noun or adjective that refers to someone who thinks they are better than others or another group of people. An elitist person or group of persons may exhibit behavior that makes them to appear to have wisdom or special skills. But let's attribute this though to Deion. Elitist as he might be, that can be something we can call him instead of opportunist, snakish, all this. Deion actually is elite, and that costs. You got to pay the man.
I agree with that. So guys, man, I want to say, man, y'all did a hell of a damn job. Y'all made the show. I just facilitated. Appreciate y'all for supporting me. There will be a part 2. The part 2 may be tomorrow or the day after, but I'm definitely going to announce it. And we definitely going to do a part 2 to discuss this and see how things develop with J State and how things develop with Deion in the upcoming weeks and so on. So y'all have a great night. This is D Darrell with a classic. This is D Darrell the Rebirth, and also broadcasting from 2020 was a B Media. Y'all have a great day. Peace.